ناصر، حكينا هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر هيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is TK. With me is Professor Tarzan. And of course, it is now time for our third Super Weekend. This is day 2 of the third Super Weekend. And already we've been seeing quite a bit of action happening on that first day, Tarzan. And I'm curious to see, of course, what the rest of the day is going to have in store for us.
Yep, two things I'm looking out for, of course. Ability to take these chicken dinners because they can get a huge boost in the career income, right? The $1,000 per chicken dinner. I kind of spoiled it. Of course, we've got graphics for that. But yes, of course, that is the theme. And secondly, of course, qualification for those finals. By the looks of it, DK, we're trying to eliminate one team out of these 16 teams that are playing. And man, it's looking pretty spicy because top table, we've got some changes. Maybe slowly coming through. Bottom table for sure. Very, very dramatic.
Yeah, and speaking about dramatic, we of course can see our 4 teams that did not make it up into this final Super Weekend. That is Revolution, Road to Glory, Sight, as well as KURD 12. Now, it is a little bit saddening to see teams not making it up into Super Weekend, but of course, it is survival of the fittest. Those numbers definitely is where it is at. And you know, the teams are still going to be fighting for their positions, looking to secure a decent finish coming in as we are getting ready to eventually make our way up into the finals. And of course, speaking of which, we are going to be having a look at our overall standings with the players there from Galaxy Racer, almost on 500 points, stars. And that is just absolute insanity. And what a beautiful a turn of events, rather, that is for the side of Galaxy Racer. Fantastic improvement coming in off the back of the previous season. We also see the players there from Galaxy Racer looking pretty strong, holding on to that second place, rather. As we make our way through, we can see several teams actually having a very decent share of those winner chicken dinners. Falcons as well as RICO Infinity sitting on 4 chickens. Galaxy Racer still chasing the titles. They're still trying to break their record last of the 9 chicken dinners they've had. But of course, the pressure is going to be on. And, you know, one of the teams that is unfortunately sitting out on the Super Weekend is the side of KURD 12. We saw up in that 8th place, but they've done quite a bit coming in their previous 2 Super Weekends. They've had the opportunity to play in. And ideally, on the second page, this is where the teams want to be at the least at the end of the Super Weekend, because we know the top 16 teams are going to be moving up into the finals.
Yep. So once again, for me, and I think for a lot of teams, it's about getting chicken dinners and then qualifying. Right? A lot of teams are not scared about getting eliminated anymore because they've got such a huge chunk of points. But when we talk about ABIAH Esports, they're the team that are still chasing, trying to be in the clear. And to be fair, they've got so many points yesterday, 59 to be exact. And that is the same amount of points that Galaxy Racer had yesterday. So that was a pretty impressive run. And speaking of being impressive, not quite the case for Ra'ad, because they've been struggling through the tournament. They missed the first Super Weekend, second one coming in, not really particularly impressive. But that league play for week 3, they were first place, DK, 91 points after those 8 games, but very heavily reliant on those placement points. Like Circle did treat them pretty well, and now coming back to Super Weekend, once again struggling. 12 points right at the bottom when it comes to across the table, really, yesterday's 5 games.
Well, the pressure is definitely going to be on for the players of Ra'ad, because we look back to the previous season. On the first day of the third Super Weekend, they brought in a grand total of 32 points. In the second day, they brought in a grand total, of 30 points. And then, of course, moving into the final day, it finished off on 30 once again. So at least they had a pretty consistent run, finishing strong on 92 points. But I don't know whether or not that is going to be enough in this Super Weekend, in this season, to see them potentially move on through. We, of course, know that they were able to qualify for the finals in the previous season. And as we can see, of course, this is where we are at the current moment, sitting on our second day of Super Weekend. On the 26th, we got one more day to go, and that is going to be the last dance, the last tango. The teams will have no other opportunity to try and advance their points other than today and tomorrow, and then we look to see who's going to be making it up towards our grand finals. And that, of course, is going to be that ever essential place to be fighting out. And one way of getting up there is going to be with the use of our point distribution. First place, winning them 50 points. It trickles all the way down to 8th to 12th place, where they only get awarded 1. And, of course, 13th to 16th place gets no points. But then we also have that ever essential 1 point per kill. And we've seen teams really, make some magic happen with just that single point distribution.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to certain maps like Sanhok, very, very important. The zone is so dominating, right? We talk about Papa Blue because most damage done by that blue zone. And so knowing how to trade is very important. If you get 2-3 kills by giving up one player playing a spoiler position, those are the considerations that needs to come through, right? Like, so, of course, I think this Super Weekend style and format is actually a great balance of this new point system. We say quote unquote new, like it's just comparing to what we had in the past where the teams get rewarded very, very heavily by getting those placements. So yes, now you need to win, like literally be the last one standing is a battle royale after all. Then you get that prize money, right? So it's a little bit of balancing. And of course, when we talk about that money, we've got quite a lot on the table, DK.
Yeah, $150,000 on the table here. Of course, the players from League Play all get a lovely share. They get 222. Let's try that one again. $2,500. The number's confusing me here today, but of course, our MVP after all our matches will be awarded an additional $1,000 in the Super Weekend. As we know, every winner chicken dinner brings $1,000 extra to that team. So in grand total, that is $45,000. And of course, as we move into the finals, we can see our distribution there ranging all the way from $10,000 for the top spot down to $1,000 for that 16th position. So definitely that is where we're going to be looking to see who's going to be moving up in towards that. But of course, before we get to that, we have to make it through not only today, but also tomorrow's games. And speaking of which, here is our match lineup for the day. Of course, going straight into Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and then closing it up with Erangel. So our pretty standard Erangel sandwich coming in once again.
Yep, very, very important match. Very, very important map. And you know what? I'm getting a little bit bored by saying that, but teams really, really need to get down those basics, right? And this is, you know what? Like, it's different ways to see this. I feel like Miramar is lacking a little bit of love. Sanhok, no one loved them anyway. But jokes aside, this is where the preparation needs to come through, right? We talk about only having 2 maps that we play in League Play DK. Last week, we didn't have any Miramar, leading to sometimes a little bit of different to our Super Weekend when we only have those 1 game of Miramar per day. So this week, we're back to having no Sanhok in League Play. So this is officially today, we'll see the second Sanhok match of the week. And that is pretty insane. Like, to be fair, like this crazy map, it can still shake things up. And it's about preparation. Like, how do we focus? What do we do? The data's out there and a different type of work that these teams need to do, because the same 16 teams for these 15 matches, 5 down already, 10 more to go. And it's going to be quite interesting. We've got more numbers crunching with those things that we'll bring onto table in a bit. But you know what? I'm just going to pass it back to DK first, because I just need to calculate a few more things, okay?
Well, so obviously Tarzan has quite a few numbers to crunch there. And while we give him a little bit of time to make sure everything is 100% on point, we are going to be jumping into a quick break. So stay tuned and we'll get into that comprehensive breakdown from Tarzan with all the numbers and figures and more numbers once we return. So stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2, right here with me, DK, and Professor Tarzan. But Tarzan, before we get into anything, of course, we have to upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2021. Now, we're of course getting ready to move into our first match of the day, and of course is going to be over on towards Erangel. Now, Tarzan, you've been doing crunching, you've been going through the
Yes.
numbers, analyzing, getting everything ready. Now, a few teams find themselves in the not so ideal kind of position. All right, so who are we
Mm,
looking at with regards to that?
yes. Great question. And I love it. Falcons, I don't like the way that they've been playing. Okay, it's interesting to say that because they
Mm,
are a very fluctuating team. Yesterday, out of those 5 matches, they got themselves 16 points. But we know that they can do a lot more, especially after they've gotten themselves 214 in the second Super Weekend. Of course, it
yeah.
wasn't too bad through those league play, but coming back, we were a little bit scared of what they can. When it comes to just worried about this team because we've been hyped out many times, just occasional outburst of performance, but we are looking for more. Consistency is key. So Falcons would be the first one. YaLLa Esports, 15 points yesterday. A team that is
Mhm.
not really struggling into when it comes to qualifying to these Super Weekends, but getting points in Super Weekend has been a challenge. I think they are probably bottom 1 or 2 teams out of those who played 2 Super Weekends, right? Including yesterday, just 15 points. They continue to worry us and the fans. After all, they are a long-standing organization, and Lusail should be dragged into this conversation as well. 15 points from them yesterday. To be fair, out of these new names, DK, they were one that somehow got a higher chicken dinner rate in the Super Weekend, so they had some money coming in from that type of performance as well. But
Mm.
that's not like, of course we can rely on that, but we need a bit more because going into the finals next week, DK, everything we start from zero.
Yeah, and I mean, well, when you say new teams, it's just teams that we didn't see in the first season of PMPL
True.
Arabia, and
Mm,
it's pretty good and healthy for the scene to have this nice, cycling of teams actually coming in, just adding extra little bit of spice, extra bit of flavor into the whole setup here that we've got in the
mm,
PMPL. But yeah, I gotta agree. We are looking to see the teams really step up and bring in that extra bit of play. I am a little bit worried about Raad as they are not performing anywhere near what we've seen them do, of
yeah.
course, coming into that first season. But it's also going to be quite important for the players there from ABIAH to actually just try and stay ahead of them. Yes, they're currently sitting up in 16th place, but if we look at the points that they've been able to bring in, they're sitting tied with Galaxy Racer. So again, they have the ability to bring in some really strong PUBG action, but will they be
Mm,
able to pick that ball up again today and continue to push
yeah.
on through? And also NASR, really beautiful bounce that we saw coming in from them. I know you've got a bit of
Yes.
a breakdown for NASR as well as the players there from KURD squad.
Yes.
Curious to hear, of course, what that is, but I've got to say I'm pretty satisfied with their performance so far.
Yeah. Oh, NASA. Yes. I mean, after missing last week, they're probably bloody angry, to lack of a better term. And we know they are aggressive. They all started
Mm,
to really blow up when it comes to this PMCO stage in season one. Week
yeah.
one league play, 120 points. I still vividly remember, like 15 points per game average. But then they've been a little bit shaky since. But when they are on form, it's something like a Galaxy Racer level of execution. They keep
Mm,
starting team fights and ending them within like 20, 30 seconds. Yesterday it was absolutely insane. But it's not just them. Like before we moved down to maybe Galaxy Racer and ABIAH, when it comes to day points yesterday, we actually have the KURD squad as well. Pretty surprising. I mean, they have not had big days, but yesterday was the biggest so far, I have
mm.
to say. So very, very key. And with one chicken dinner from that as well. And I believe that's the first one for this squad. Let me just have a quick check. No, the second one. So, but yes, they are still slowly coming into that place, still finding these opportunities to really define their play style, to
Mm.
really leave that very strong impression.
Well, I mean, they are, of course, in the position to leave some strong impressions still in today's games. And there's actually two teams still in need of chicken dinners sitting in the teams that we have actually participating in the Super Weekend.
Yeah.
That, of course, being the side of SUDOR and Ra'ad. So we know that SUDOR definitely is a team that has the capability, that ability to step up and just perform like absolute monsters, like beasts. And who knows, maybe we get to see a little bit more of that coming into today. But definitely really impressed with the performance that we've been having coming in from the side of NASR as well as KURD squad. They've shown some phenomenal potential, not only in the Super Weekend but also in the previous days of gameplay. But here we go now, Tarzan. It is time to move straight in to see who is going to be doing what as we come in from that western edge of the zone. It looks like a very horizontal flight path we've got. Oh, yes, indeed it is. A very nice one to start off this first initial match of the day. Now, I'm curious to see, of course, where the teams are going to go. Are we going to see anyone potentially looking to push down all the way up in towards Sosnovka, seeing that it is a little bit out of reach? But we know, of course,
Probably.
scrapping a quick vehicle.
Probably not, right? Because yesterday Lusail wants to take that away. Revolution, a team that likes military base, are now eliminated. So Lusail took that spot away. Falcons want to get that into that spot as well. But now that we don't even hover over that side, they just go to the old drop spots. Lusail taking North Georgia port uncontested. No surprise there. And then Falcons back to Yasnaya. So the small question mark here will be for the side of SUDOR. They like going to Novo when it's available. But whenever they don't get to go, they play this disruptive style like around Rozhok, and school area, and sometimes go towards Gatkafi, as we've seen that in week 2. But right now they want to make some adjustments. Lepovka is the core right there, and for every other squad is basically what we've seen in the past. So this is the type of playing path that can allow the most easy prediction of your enemy's position. Only if they have those spreadsheets and all that stuff. This is not hard, with the phase 1 basically going on that center zone slightly towards the west side, but it's still already pretty highly saturated. So DK, the question is how they make these rotation within the circle. About rotations and spots that they already know a good chunk of info over. How do they move around it? Do they even take any action?
Well, that's going to be quite an interesting question we are going to be looking to have answered in this match. But, I mean, a fairly decent spread coming out from the teams. We've got Real Tiger moving all the way in towards that southwestern side. Fate and YaLLa, as well as Lusail, taking occupation of the whole Georgia Pool region. A very decent spread. And I'm curious to see, of course, where the teams are going to be looking to rotate into. And, we've seen if the zone shifts up in favor of the Falcons, they do absolutely amazing stuff with that, right? If the zone is in favor of RICO Infinity, they have a little bit more of a challenge defending that zone. They're really good at rotating in and just bringing in some phenomenal gameplay alongside that. But now the zone is kind of like on both those sides. It is kind of in favor of RICO Infinity. It is kind of in favor of the Falcons. But it kind of at the same time isn't. They kind of have to try and find a decent rotational path back up in it towards the zone. So I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. But of course, looking over towards that western side, that is where we see Fate. That is where we see YaLLa as well as Lusail. And I'm curious to see whether or not any of those teams are going to look to just potentially push up, venture a little bit further out, looking to get a little bit more aggressive. Looking to, I don't know, potentially halt the advances of any of the opposing teams that share that space with them. But of course, a team that we haven't really seen being challenged in their drop location is, of course, the side of Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, I mean, Galaxy Racer really need to still step their game up, because we are talking about them outdoing themselves, and the fact that we will send one team to represent the region in the global championships, we are really looking at this team. So the bar has to be set high, and they have had a pretty rough and shaky league play, right? This week, they were at 16th place coming in. Of course, there were some points between them and the next team, but still, we are looking forward for more. We have very high expectations. So this team needs to catch themselves the backup at the top. And we talk about, those points from the past season as well. Like, literally, I've done the quick math. They need to take at least 51 points per day today and tomorrow to tie with the Super Weekend points in Season 1. So, but after all, those will be all rubbed out, and then we'll need to see how they do in the finals once again. So just needs to see them in the best shape, and still probably the strongest squad. But against the global competition, we really want to find out how good they are.
But what's quite interesting to see is just how many teams have actually decided to step up their level of performance and just the way that they go through these games. You know, yes, Galaxy Racer came in that first Super Weekend, just absolutely demolishing the competition, setting the bar so exceptionally high. And I mean, we did see, of course, in the second Super Weekend that the side of Falcons, they came so close. They finished on 214 points for the Super Weekend, where Galaxy Racer got 227 in their first Super Weekend. So they were only a few points away from that. So it's not an impossibility, but it's going to be so difficult coming into this third Super Weekend for any teams to try and assert the same level of dominance, as all these teams are playing for their spot in the top 16. They are all playing to secure their position, and one team they definitely have to try and compete against is going to be the side of KURD 12, because KURD 12 set themselves up so beautifully in the first and second Super Weekend that they were able to secure themselves in 8th place for the time being. And after already 1 day of this second Super Weekend, they are still holding on.
Yes, and I'm not worried for them when it comes to qualifying. It's about the condition of the team, right? Like, a lot of these teams know that they should have no problem qualifying, so it's really about two things, right? Like getting more chicken dinners, so they will prize money if possible. 2, making sure they can test certain tactics and then have a very strong start in the finals, because we start from 0, but it's about keeping the condition, right? So if you haven't competed in this, you're losing on the chance to test certain things, right? We have different type of preparation, and so for this game, DK, let's talk about a few things that I would think about if I'm still in IGL. So a little bit nostalgic now, but yes, this type of circle, first off, playing path is based on this research and stats that we have, means these teams have easy access. The majority, I'm talking about 15 out of 16, if not all, happily going to the primary drop spot. So we have that down already. Second piece of information, the high level, very highly complementing the playing path is that phase 1 circle. So that means we have certain saturation, so no big rotations coming through. So that leads us into the third point. It's about 3, what are the favorite spots to hold? And if you know where they like to go, maybe like this one, then you can just wait for them to come through, and that's a great way to get these early kills. NASR get themselves 1, and they have not stopped since this week started, DK. So that is the third one. And the fourth one, to be fair, will be about... I've forgotten about the fourth one. But third will be the favorite spot, and fourth probably about, knowing, yes, when do teams like to rotate past a certain part? So instead of where they end up, is where they like to go through. And the mini-map and all that gives us a very good idea of what that could be, and iKURD are trying to deliver similar thing of what NASR's done to them. Twisted Mind now actually having some issues, a bit too bold, rotating past that. Too south through the Headshot Hills, and this team from Farm has been getting punished very heavily.
Yeah, this is quite a risky rotation coming in for the side there of Twisted Minds, and I gotta commend rather the players from Galaxy Racer, the players there from iKURD Triple, as well as NASR. They just read that rotation so beautifully, and together they were able to cause quite a bit of carnage, quite a bit of harm onto the side of the players from Twisted that came rushing in. I mean, it's quite unfortunate, because Twisted, they had that whole farm region to themselves just to go about their business, get themselves ready, and, rotate up into those zones. But, of course, that is just how the battle royales go at the end of the day. Also, a pretty good call coming in actually from the players here of Cryptics, just venturing out a little bit from that Watertown position, trying to apply a bit of pressure onto the side there of iKURD Triples. We can see Kalaga take quite a bit of damage, but now this is where Marshall needs to play this one so cautiously. But fortunately for him, he does have that bit of support coming in as Lazy Boys rotated up alongside him, and we of course see Senke just holding over on towards that western side rather of the map. So I'm curious to see what these teams are going to do. Fate, meanwhile, will be advancing in. They rotated up all the way from that far western side alongside the team of YaLLa, and RICO Infinity actually choosing to come into the zone over towards that Everest side. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what these teams will do and where, of course, the contention is going to start to break out. But, well, we got to wait and see just a little while longer as RICO Infinity, they're moving up towards YaLLa. But I'm liking this approach. They're not full sending into that rotation. I think they did spot out some of the players from YaLLa up ahead. And now RICO Infinity just trying to wrap their way around, but also look to find a decent way to engage, as we can see Anas taking aim onto Powerful.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very good rotation path just to trail the side of YaLLa Esports. YaLLa Esports got punished every time when they are too comfortably relying on Everest, right? They've got killed by Rad the other day when Rad wanted to adjust and come into this area around South Georgia Pole, and RICO Infinity, as that northern team, can just sweep through this side. And YaLLa never properly punished any team that would cross from that northern side when they actually drop South Georgia Pole. It's always Everest, Everest, and Everest. And right now, RICO Infinity almost got their opening there. And now coming into this area, Fate, a hospital team, is now holding a very good compound, and that will be the contest right here, trying to push them away. This is not an easy compound to hold, DK. I think parking of cars can be tricky. It's also about like knowing how much ridgeline you can control surroundingly, and some teams, if they know exactly how far they can, stand or should I say scout without getting punished, then they don't even need to come into close proximity. They don't even need to give away any info.
Yeah, it all comes down to knowing how far you can push your luck. And of course, now looking at the spread coming through from the players there of RICO Infinity, they definitely have to hope that luck is on their side. Meanwhile, we transition up into Potato Hill. So you can see NASR are looking to move on. We do have ABIAH up ahead. Ooh, I like that defensive line actually coming out from the side of ABIAH. You can see 3 players holding the front line, with, of course, the 4th just holding that off angle, making sure that they don't get pushed in from behind. And this could be actually quite a favorable spot for the side there of ABIAH if they play the position to their advantage, play it to their strengths. But as we saw coming in off the back of yesterday, NASR, they are here to prove a point. They are chasing more chicken dinners, and it's going to be interesting to see at what point NASR will look to step it up. Of course, now we're going to be waiting for that zone to move up into the next phase. We do have the players from KURD squad pushing in from the far northern side, and the zone centers up so beautifully on towards Pachinki. Now, this could actually be quite a decent game for Galaxy Racer. We know they are really capable of defending their compound, and with so many teams in the vicinity, I'm not quite sure, because we did see things going a little bit south for them over towards that western bridge when they were holding that position. So many other teams were also rotating in. But now, of course, we look to see exactly what the teams are going to do, as everyone is still in play. All 16 teams pretty much being in zone.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. Galaxy Racer wants to split around the city they drop in. They have control on north, west, and south. They ignore the eastern side. They've got that split. They tighten it straight away when they see this new zone. I believe they will play around the church area, which got themselves a little bit stuck the other day because they're playing on the outskirts where the big rocks are. But after all, we can see these thinking coming through. These other teams need to come in as well, like Falcons have played certain games where they just keep chasing the blue, keep chasing the zone, and it will be down to what they want to do. Like, they know how to sweep the edges when they actually know that there's no way that they can contest the more center positions. And NASR actually had one of the biggest wins they had yesterday on this area from Potato Hill. So YaLLa also close to here. 2-2 split by Galaxy Racer is their core around the north side of Pachinki.
So now we have the pressure being on YaLLa, trying to find the most ideal position to pull into. But as you pointed out, Galaxy Racer probably going to be playing this church position. We only see 2 of their players holding up. This, of course, being Rauf and Lord. Meanwhile, we do have Freak and Hamodi just holding on towards that western edge. So some pretty good coverage from the side of Galaxy Racer. But the pressure is going to be on as they start to move in towards YaLLa. You can see Ida already now getting knocked right and down. It's up to Yusuf and Bandar to hold on. Up comes the grenades getting sent on through. Oh, that was so close. Up comes a beautiful response from Bandar. Doesn't reach all the way across, but the pressure is on. We're playing a bit of tennis with grenades Here we go, back and forth. Bandar getting in the vehicle, looking to just change that position. Fortunately for him, that grenade just overshot, but powerful, falling to his demise. Oh no, this is a bad spot to be in. Lusail already getting eliminated. Up comes YaLLa now. Galaxy Racer moving in. The shots come through. The numbers go down, and with that, YaLLa gets sent right back into the lobby. iKURD triple now displaying this third-party position. Finding a beautiful angle on towards Lord. He needs to be so careful. He could get taken out at any point. But Raad, they've come in with a little bit more of an aggressive, a little bit more chancy rotation here, pushing straight up into Pachinki.
Yeah, it's very tricky, right? Like the spot where YaLLa is playing is not for this phase. I feel like it's a phase 4 or 5 circle when you can be pretty certain how you can control one side of aggression. So you know Galaxy Racer call Pachinki home, and they will make sure that you can't come close. And now with so many teams coming in from this northern side of Headshot Hills, that is going to be even harder. And Galaxy Racer can honestly still play this split if they know how to, but the problem is they can't catch the funnels of, you know, teams rotating away from them when they're trying to play aggressive. That is the issue. So when to shoot will be absolutely key. I think they might want to tighten this in a way that they can support each other's weak side and sight lines. And Freak still playing that solo in that 1-3 split. We've seen that time and time again in this past week, DK, but it has not worked out as well as we want. But of course, Freak is still one of the strongest, like, fraggers, flankers of the game, and just very good spoiler play as well. And northern side is where this is going to get interesting. There's not a lot of ground to come in from Headshot Hills. It will be a lot of neutral fights, and we will very likely lose a few players.
I definitely think the more advantageous spots would definitely be to the southern edge of the Pachinki fields, where we see the players there from Real Tiger 9. You know, that whole kind of high ground position we've got there, but also just the edge up in towards the north, that ridge line as well. I think those are going to be the two strongest positions. We can see things usually getting quite chaotic when it moves up in towards Pachinki. And center zone is going to be quite difficult to defend, as it does bring in quite a bit of an exposed position. But Galaxy Racer are able to still maintain that position up towards the church, which I think is going to be absolute prime real estate coming into the zone and into this region. But now, of course, we see a lot of teams pushing up into Pachinki itself. We've got the Falcons moving in from that eastern side. SUDOR holding on towards the west. We've got the Twisted Minds moving in from the south. And Raad pretty centralized within Pachinki. But now the pressure is on. And these city fights are always so exciting to watch. And we know Falcons, for one, can fight in the city, especially when it goes up to Yasnaya. They know it so well. But are they able to translate that up into Pachinki?
I actually like what they're doing in here. I think about city finishes, like I always say, right, DK, is picking the correct side. A side where you can have escape paths, a side that you know you have some elevation, but as well as places to hide your vehicles. And Falcons going to that eastern side, northeastern side, I would say, gives them the access to the tunnel system as well. So that is actually brilliant. But other than that, you know, this circle can be pretty punishing. With Triple Vibes staying on the outskirts, yes, can allow them to crash into the Nyx cover in the open fields if it come that way. Otherwise, they just need to pray that the circle go their side. It's not easy though. But northern side, like we mentioned, is going to be a little bit tricky. RICO Infinity actually being slightly slow in this one and clashing with some of these squads. Like KURD squad like to rotate a little bit late, and that will be the price for them to pay.
Oh man, this is going to be the game for RICO Infinity. Will they be able to find these hits up into the side of Cryptics? Cryptics now just looking to stay hidden, playing the ridge line, looking to essentially just wrap their way around back up into safety. But they're going to have a very tough time to rotate up. And this is the exact position that I was talking about that could be such a strong one to hold. The one that we see the players here from RICO Infinity. The position on the top of the ridge. They're able to gather quite a bit of information. And now as we move back up into Pachinki, we see that zone shifting over onto the western side. And this again could be a very golden play for the players there from Triple Vibes. They've got that off-angle position. They got high ground. And they are also able to position themselves out of the highly congested city.
And the south side as well.
Though.
Man, but you're correct. Like, that side is red or black, and they got the correct one, right? It's so hard to make sure that can happen. But you can see they missed out on the chance to completely control that as well. But look at all these teams that need to maneuver through Pochinki. That's really helping us to illustrate the point that we made earlier, right? It's about cities knowing which side to pick so that you know how to leave. Like Rad allowed themselves to stay right in the middle. That means they need to go through quite a few teams. Twisted Mind lost 2 players pretty early already, and now it's just extremely hard to leave town, and that will be them out at 14th place.
But Galaxy Racer finding themselves in a really strong position. ABIAH struggling a little bit to push in. I'm liking the position we have here for SUDOR, actually. You know, they got the zone behind them and they are able to focus all their attentions onto the side there of ABIAH. As we can see Hyde already getting taken down, but 3 OBD gets spotted out as the spray comes through. Down he goes. Freak finding those angles, and this is so beautiful to see. Galaxy Racer, they know their drop location. They know the best positions to move in to try and secure a great victory in the city. But now, as we move on, we do see the players from NASR looking to apply a bit of pressure onto Cryptics. Pressure is on, but they got to be so careful. We got Falcons moving up as well. They, of course, are having a few of their players knocked out. iKURD triple holding onto that far eastern side. But up comes the rush. Everyone trying to run, trying to secure position. Oh, Batika cooking up the nades. There's Skaiton. Meanwhile, will get taken down by Hassan. Oh, come on. Falcons get eliminated. NASR making a quick dash for it. Moving in, liking these rocks. It's a good position. Will they be able to secure it? Oh, RICO Infinity just up ahead, trying to secure their position, but there's so many teams moving in. It's such a difficult position to defend.
It's extremely hard, and I think Galaxy Racer is a little bit half-hearted from their position, and that is a huge problem. Having some team kill issues as well, so not playing the best position for as long as possible before they move down. So halfway retreated from the church, that is not what you want to have, and this circle will be actually very, very dreadful. KURD squad will feel that pressure. Fate Esports with a quick rotation into this compound will grant them the immense control.
Now the pressure is on Fate. They have stayed the zone for the current moment, but of course that phase is about to shift up once again. Oh, meanwhile, the players from Cryptics meet their end as NASR just absolutely demolishes them. The zone now shifting up in favor of RICO Infinity, as well as the players holding on to this position. We can see Fate right there alongside them. It's going to be such a tough one to hold. NASR also in zone, but this is where Galaxy Racing now needs to rotate up. Raad being able to secure this eastern side, but they find themselves in a very exposed position. The spray down comes through from NASR. Hassan just so accurate with those angles, but that's get picked up as Munir steps in with the DP28 just to remind him that he is not so safe just yet. But ABIAH, Aziz coming in with a phenomenal spray.
Not the right time to get knocked Rove, and that will just slow down that whole team. The IGL needs to keep his clarity, but he will not be able to keep his life. That is the issue around that. You know, they make the bet, right? It didn't go to their side, and it allows multiple teams to out-rotate them. And with them playing so loud in the previous zones, that will be some huge issue, Raad. We're talking about making use of position before you need to leave it. That truck is just extremely strong. RICO Infinity still in here as a duo. No one can really come close to this compound without getting punished by other teams.
And the saving grace for RICO Infinity here is just the sheer number of teams in the vicinity. But up comes Freak looking to move in. He, of course, is the lone survivor for the side of Galaxy Racer. He's going to test his fate, test his luck to look to see if he can secure a decent position. Meanwhile, we'll see the players from NASR holding onto these rocks. A really strong position to be in. They can gather quite a bit of information, but they need to be so careful as the players there from Triple Vibes come wrapping around the outside. It is now up to all these teams to try and just assert a little bit of dominance, but Fate looking pretty strong coming in from the south. Players there from Triple Vibes just playing that kind of rotation, trying to wrap around a more southern approach, trying to come in behind them. Meanwhile, we will see the side of Raad actually looking to venture in, but they get picked up. RICO Infinity coming in with the sprays. Delhop, down he goes. The pressure is on. The shots are coming through, and this is where the teams... I mean, RICO Infinity, they need to be so careful. Those shots, those third-party hits can come in from any angle.
Man, like, Raad could just literally throw some aggressive smokes and choke out the sightlines of other teams, and that is them actually losing more than they need to, but the price being paid is actually not too bad. RICO Infinity holds strong. It's about this Nyx phase, and this type of landscape is the issue, right, DK? We are not even close to face 7 or 8 yet, and we've lost basically everyone. It's just 16 players left, and this type of circle is just so dreadful. Triple Vibes need a lot of luck so that they can continue playing that edge. They've been blessed so hard, but you know what? No one practically gets it. I think if there's any team, it would be the side of Fate Esports.
Oh, up comes a grenade right next to Nabo. Fortunately for him, Azrael couldn't find the exact spot to send it in. I mean, he is probably just loving this rock to death now as Nabo is able to stay in this game a little while longer. NASR just playing this position absolutely phenomenally, but of course the zone is shifted up into that center point in the middle of all these teams. Now, Fate being the only team that we can see actually having a bit of a foothold in that zone. But up comes Ra'ad looking to move in. Triple Vibes gets spotted out on the off angle, but with that, Miracle gets picked up as well. Down they go, the heads being exchanged. Beautiful back and forth, and Lath now holding onto the balcony. Quite the beautiful vantage point. But will he be able to find the angles onto the players there from NASR? The pressure is on. 5 teams remain. Of course, Triple Vibes trying to advance back into zone. NASR trying to defend, but they also haven't found that rotational path in just yet. Oh, here we go. Reef now trying to find a bit of a spray. Oh, Triple Vibes feeling the grunt of the pressure. Up comes the shots. Reef now just playing this one so beautifully. Keeping the pressure on Triple Vibes. Meanwhile, that blue zone is closing in. Up comes an absolutely insane grenade. Fate are on fire. Now the pressure is on as Azrael and Toxin needs to try and quickly get their players back up into fighting form, but also need to reposition back into zone. Ra'ad also just on the edge of that zone. The pressure is on. As we can see, a few hits actually coming through. Another beautiful grenade. But Triple Vibes now looking to apply a bit of pressure onto the side of NASR. NASR being a little bit hesitant to rotate with that. Nabo gets picked up. Hassan manages to escape, holding onto the smoke. He's going to try and sneak in behind that tree. Miracle, meanwhile, will get lasered upon as Lath now cooks up the molly, sends it through the hits coming in, and that could be the end for one of the players for the side of NASR. With that, yes, the confirm comes through as Miracle gets picked up. But Ra'ad also meeting their end, and the rush comes through. Fate holding strong, but Isawi gets taken down. Ice shot, one shot up ahead. Toxin just trying to hold on. Azrael coming in with a beautiful off angle, a little bit of graffiti also just to add that extra bit of flavor. The smoke's now getting deployed, but the pressure is on 3 teams. 12 kills for Fate though, Tarzan. Oh, down goes Azrael.
Well, it's about getting those chicken dinners as well, right? You've got the position that you can play until the shift. You can play so loud, so dominating. And why do you need to get those extra ones? And that is the problem. You lost 2 players, potentially the third, for no bloody reason. That is a huge mistake when they just gone overboard. They were too hyped for this one when they didn't have to be. They can still play this spot for an extra minute before they have to come in. Ragnarok is the last one standing. This is a huge issue, and Hassan can maybe take this as well because he's been playing so stealthy, and that is just much needed.
Oh, but here we go now. Players from Triple Vibes looking to push in, apply the pressure onto Fate. Ragnarok looking to hold on to that roof position. Hassan, meanwhile, he's just going to be laying back, just chilling, waiting, watching the chaos unfold up ahead. Ragnarok now feeling the pressure. Oh, tries to find the angle on towards Toxin. But Triple Vibes, they've now figured out exactly where he is. Meanwhile, Hassan is going to sneak his way in. This could be quite the favorable play, actually, for Hassan. Ragnarok now feeling the pressure. Blue zone closing up. The zone right there alongside him. He needs to make the jump. Is he going to be able to pull it off? Goes into the blue. Oh, come on. Toxin waiting patiently up ahead, but down he goes. Up comes the spray now from Hassan, getting ready to bounce. The shot's coming through. Will Hassan be able to take this one? He only needs to work through Toxin now. Toxin does not know where he is just yet. Hassan fortunately has the tree, but the pressure is on. The spray comes in. Hassan thinks he knows where he is. He's going to try and close this one up. Slowly, steady does it. Come on, the shots. Toxin using the opportunity to quickly try and recover a little bit of health. Inching his way forward. Hassan comes up with a rush. Spots a little bit of potential up ahead. There we go. Finds the first hit marker. Will he now look to close it up? Yes, the smoke hits the face, and Hassan swoops in with the winner. Chicken dinner. 7 kills to NASR. Absolutely insane plays. What a beautiful execution that was.
Huge throw by Fate. It's like it's worse than gambling, right? It's like you can say it's luck, it's bad luck when you lose $1,000. This is charity. Well, thank you. Like to the PayPal of NASR Esports, essentially, what is going on with that team? That is what we mean by absorbing
Mhm.
pressure. We talk about mindset. We talk about finding the right level of hype. That was when it was over what we call arousal in actually sports psychology. That was over arousal to the point that they've done something out of the blue. They've lost their
Mm.
bloody minds and lost 3 players for no reason.
Mm.
Painful to watch, but Hassan did that well. He did it so well because when he
Mm.
was just crawling in, he crawled in the path that he could use the branches and leaves in the middle to cover the sidelines of those around the compound. So that was a well-deserved chicken dinner. Man, that was too insane. I have no more words.
Yeah, NASA, they are definitely onto something. We saw those back-to-back chickens coming in yesterday, and of course now today they look to continue with that momentum. But speaking of momentum, let's roll straight into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring in. And of course, we see Fate actually taking the top spot there with the 14 kills working in their favor, putting them on a grand total of 24 points, 2 points ahead of the players there from NASA who brought in that beautiful winner chicken dinner, 22 points on board. But some pretty heavy kill counts coming in for the side there of Ra'ad as well as SUDOR. So definitely they've been stepping up and dialing up the aggression. But unfortunately, the placement points hasn't really worked out in their favor just yet.
Yeah, I mean, wow, I still kind of can't shake that off. But you know what? Let's look at some other stats, right? Some changes coming through Triple Vibes are making a statement in this game. Of course, the zone was heavily in their favor, but then with that point, they can really propel themselves away from the bottom of the table because ABIAH's been chasing hard, but ABIAH only got 4 points in this one, whilst Raad, the team that ABIAH surpassed yesterday, are now taking it back, right? So the bottom is
Mm.
where the real tension is. And you know what? The 3 teams that I mentioned before this game started, that has some lack of potential, should I say momentum, got 0 points in this one. I do hate to be right because we are following trends, right? Just looking at
Mm.
stats, but then it's them knowing that that is the issue right now, fixing it, and then the bounce. That is one of the favorite things that we get to witness, but we don't get the pleasure to see it this game.
Well, it is unfortunate just how these cookies keep on crumbling. But now, as we move into some more stats, we have, of course, our match MVPs. Ragnarok swooping in with an absolutely insane amount of kills, coming in with 8 kills and 1,378 8 damage dealt. So some pretty impressive numbers coming in. And of course, NASA Hassan coming in with 5 kills and 850 damage. And then, of course, Triple Vibes Toxin securing that third one with 5 kills and 756 damage dealt. I mean, these are still, regardless of where these teams finish, still some pretty impressive numbers to be looking at. And of course, speaking about impressive numbers, Tarzan, we need to
Mm.
see what the overall standings looks like after this first match of the day. And of course, we've got the players from Galaxy Races still holding on to that top spot. Fate moving into second still. RICO Infinity sitting there quite comfortably with 4. Falcons also on 4. But we do have a little bit of a shuffle actually coming in, as RICO Infinity, they were formerly sitting up in second, now being surpassed by the side there of Fate. So those points definitely working out in their favor. iKURD, KURD 12, Twisted Minds, KURD Squad, Falcons all still in the same spot, just adding a few more additional points aside, of course, for the players from KURD 12. But now as we get ready to move on to that second page, this is where it gets a little bit interesting, Tarzan, because,
Yeah.
you know, this is essentially what the players are playing for. I mean, it's no longer a game to see who's going to be finishing at the top. As we, like, don't get me wrong, we still admire the teams that
Yes.
are able to show some absolutely insane dominance. But this is the important side. These slots right here, these 8 slots, are going to be the making or breaking slots, because we can see the
Yes.
players there from Lusail still holding on to 9th, Real Tiger sitting up in the 10th spot rather. The players there from NASR moving from 13th place up into 11th, with Cryptics then getting moved down 1, YaLLa, SUDOR, Triple Vibes, and ABIAH all just moving down 1. So a really good match coming in for the side of NASR. They are definitely pushing to get themselves up onto that first page. And I'm curious to see, though, talking about pushing, is just how hard the side of Ra'ad is going to be pushing it today, because they still have that opportunity to potentially get themselves out of that pressure situation.
Yep, definitely. 8 points now separate them and the side of ABIAH Esports. So Triple Vibe's not in the clear as well. So, well, we need to see. Like, just 4 more games to go for today, and then I don't even. Would we have a halfway point? Not really. Like, so after next one, we've got 8 more. It's just maths. Like, you can't really define that. Like, 15 games we have, but next one is going to be Miramar. We talk about the practice they had this week, DK, and we've seen some trends coming through, but we can't really say for sure what's going to happen. One thing that I think is quite certain that we get to see is once again YaLLa versus Twisted Mind in Saint Martin. And well, need to see whether Playing Pass allows that to happen, but that is a juicy one if it does happen again.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see whether or not the stars align once more. But speaking of which, we are going to be jumping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back in a short few minutes with some more crazy PUBG action.
Mr. D. Like this. وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر هيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو، لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK. With me is Professor Tarzan, and we're getting ready to move into our second match of the day. Of course, before we do any of that, just want to give a big shout out there to Nomo TV, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021's official media partner. Now, we're getting ready to move into a bit of Miramar action. And further ado, here we go straight into the map.
Wow, you know what? We love this type of face. We love this type of playing path because we love a little bit of hot drop coming through DK on that northern side, basically through Hacienda, Dalpatron and San Martin all the way to El Pozo. We have it off north. Phase 1 circle, no, phase 1 circle, playing path, I should say. So phase 1 circle is what we are looking out for, but of course it's in San Martin, that hot drop. Twisted Mind versus YaLLa Esports that we're looking out for. I think it will be very, very interesting. And to be fair, DK, so far we have quite a lot of southern playing paths that doesn't allow us to see a lot of how Toro Ahumada and that area looks like. So Real Tiger 9 just like these edge positions, right? So Campo Militar is their choice in here. On that Erangel map, they love going to the bottom left instead. So yeah, need to find out how they maneuver themselves through. A lot of teams, we already know the good drops, right? We've got Falcons liking the side of Picardo. We've got RICO Infinity, a Monte Nuevo team, and no one's really touching El Pozo because that is where Galaxy Racer call home. So interesting one right here because Southeastern Circle, right, DK? And Los Leones might be in play. And let's find out where their teams know how to play this one, because that city is just important right now in the circle. We've got Fate liking to go over there. It's about getting those vehicles and maybe getting in there. Well, you know what? We've got just a small thing. DK will be back shortly. So NASR right here, in that Minas Generalis area, like this team being so aggressive, from what we've seen in this past week, like from that position for this particular circle, it can be quite interesting. And I think a lot of spots for them to play to punish these other teams. And right here, this is exactly what we're hoping for. And we've got something different every time, guys. We've got YaLLa using sandwich technique from top of the build, from roof down and then from bottom up. We've seen that before. We've seen Twisted Mind taking the southern hill. We've seen YaLLa doing the same thing, and this time around YaLLa wants to stay along and inside that city, but now pinching the side of Twisted Mind in where they usually just drop. So a different approach coming in. Let's see whether they can pull this off, because after all, it is going to be about, how would I call this, early game basics. The basic would be having your split, but then delegating which side you are watching, so you spot out all the parachutes right in there, and then using that info to single out certain players. I think like when we spoke to some pro players, that when we had the honor to speak to PMPL level or even PMGC players, one of the most important mindset when it comes to team fight, whether long range, short range, is to single out the solo. And then that's it. Like that is the most important thing right here. And you know what? Like this is going to be a little bit of a tired one. So man, I have no idea how this this is going to happen, what's going to happen, to be fair. Kato's taking that hillside, but most elevation coming from Twisted Mine. So we will head back to there. To be fair, not exactly what I was hoping for, but not the big issue. I think it's just a different type of PUBG, is a different type of pacing. They need to be tested on some other things. Otherwise, it's just, you know, these two teams always having a 4v4 and then that's it, right? It's GG for one team. One of them gets to rest early. It's not always the thing that we want to see. And Falcons Esports now in here. Picado is their home. We talked about them taking this spot in the past. Unlike YaLLa, if the circle come close to this area, you can't just stay within the city because there's so many hills surrounding it. So although they like taking two of the bigger cities in this game, it's not one of those. It's definitely held differently, right? You cannot just stay in Picado unless it keeps coming to you up till maybe phase 7 because the hills are just too strong. But YaLLa has a relative high ground to its surrounding as well, so that is a very different game plan that we have here. So of course we have YaLLa Esports now playing a different plan, and I actually quite like it. There's no need to always yeet it out in the start. We talk about them having issues from time to time, not time to time, like at this point. They struggle almost every super weekend that we watch them. When it comes to overall points in particular, they are just not doing too hot. And right now they are having an interesting game plan, rotating into maybe closer to Hacienda, which is no problem. There's no team particularly liking that area, so that is a great adjustment coming through. I just was wondering where the last player is. Right, KURD Squad, another one that we'd like to talk about, just because of how they are almost scared of early action, right? We've seen some big plays for them before, but they are a very textbook team when it comes to early game. Is all about safety, mid game is about rotation, and then late game is trying to maybe edge and see, you know, trying to take some kills without risking too much. So not always what we want, especially with this current point system. And yeah, triple vibes as well, like through LRs. I feel like this is one of those spots, right? Like if people know that you're coming and you are slow around it, then they just punish you very, very heavily. After all, El Asa is one of those cities, not exactly like Picado. Picado got a few sites open to flatland, but we've got 2 sides of high hills. El Asa is like full on 4 sides hill, like, so that is where teams can really get punished. But of course, we don't think, okay, it's just pure guess, pure experience in the casting tournaments, that teams actually won't like do this type of hunting until maybe the later stages of tournament, when they have a clear target and a clear reason as to why they should make changes, to the point that they may hurt their own tempo, like force themselves to play a style that they are not quite used to. And you know what else am I not used to, guys, is speaking to myself. But you know what, I feel like we have a little bit of resolution to what's happening, or solution, I should say. English is never my strong suit, but having friends is definitely my strong suit. I've got people behind me, like supporting all that I do, and always Codcaster is one of an important source, and now DK is back. So I'm going to just ask him a question to bring him back in, right? What the hell? No, I'm joking. No, that's not what we're talking about. But Lost Leonas,
I was enjoying listening to your voice. I was enjoying listening to your voice. I mean, like, come on. It was just, you were talking about some very interesting things there, so I couldn't interrupt, just like had to let it go, had to let it flow. But of course, we
always love a bit of banter,
we are
co-casting.
So. I was just dealing with some gremlins, but I managed to chase them away. So it's all good and gravy for now.
I'm proud of you.
But now, of course, we get to see what the players are going to be doing. I mean, YaLLa taking up a very interesting position actually here. We saw them dropping closer in towards that whole San Martin kind of region. But now, as they've rotated out of that, they find themselves a little bit in a precarious position. Meanwhile, the team here from Real Tiger are going to be looking to move up. But I got to say, though, that center zone is looking pretty interesting. We got so many teams already taking up some strong positions. I mean, especially if I look to the side there of NASR, they've got that angle on towards that crater edge, just a little slight position. Miracle, of course, holding that angle. But I'm curious to see with the zone now shifting up once again, continuing down on towards that southeastern side, just how much that position could actually work out in their favors. We have got quite a few teams still having to rotate up from the north.
A lot of teams, to be fair, from that edge. You can see Galaxy Racers tanking the third circle right now and still don't want to go through a main road. It makes sense, but it's almost too predictable at this point for them to go for this type of rotation, for this type of shift, and just so they can be a little bit safe, right? But you can see Cryptics are coming slow into that side as well. iKURD triple the same. So Galaxy Racer do not always find success on Miramar, which is a very different thing to say compared to season 1.
Yeah, I mean it is pretty strange to say, as you pointed out there, rightly so. And now, of course, this is all down to those positions finding those angles. And I'm curious to see actually what the players from Falcons are going to be doing. You see them moving up a little bit further down below, taking that position in between KURD squad and, of course, the side there of NASR. Meanwhile, YaLLa applying a bit of that 2-2 split. Now, this is not the worst place to be doing it in, but ideally we'd like to see potentially Bandar and Yusuf we have on that eastern side, just utilizing that ridge of the crater, and they can actually use that to establish a little bit of dominance, move a slight tad bit closer to the side there of ABIAH, and maybe come in with a surprise angle.
You know what? I think ABIAH has already made a mistake by rotating into that side of La Bandita, because they know, like, based on studying of the map for this particular playing path, that the eastern side, I should say, is rotate through. Like, you don't want to come close to this part where multiple teams, especially Falcons, love holding to the south of La Bandita and stopping the southern rotations, like through that main road towards Los Leones. Like, that has happened so many times. Yes, they have not done that very well, but ABIAH is getting themselves into a spot where getting out is so hard. They lost one car. The other cars will be bound to be having damage dealt against. And that is also just YaLLa Esports potentially missing out on a good opportunity that can actually allow ABIAH to come slightly closer, so that they can find it even harder to reset. But the rest of ABIAH knows that it's time to scout towards the other side. And I mean, that was a close one, to say the least, DK. Like, if the sort of YaLLa Esports carry over, trigger discipline, and all those good stuff, that could have been a squad wipe.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit of a uncomfortable position even. Of course, now this is where Ra'ad also going to be looking to just utilize a bit of a high ground position. We do see the players there a little bit further down the hill, that being the side of Lusail. And I'm curious to see what exactly they'll be able to do with that spot. I mean, Lusail, they've been showing quite a good play, throughout past games. This week looking a little bit tougher, but now they had a tough start in that first match. Ra'ad started off beautifully. I'm curious to see whether or not Ra'ad will be able to continue with that momentum as they now start rotating up on towards that crater, and they find themselves just that much closer to the side there of ABIAH. But of course, that zone is also about to pop right on up, and it is going to be presenting its own few challenges there as it moves over into the direction of Impala, and this is where we could potentially see a bit of an open field finish.
Is so tricky. I mean, it's about finding certain dips, and have a good split, pick a side to play, and then ABIAH have no choice, but the side is in front, and that will be Ra'ad actually having a good pinch around this and striking at the right time as well. Like, looking behind is important, because there was always someone to backstab you. That sounds incredibly sad, but the situation is absolutely sad. Like, YaLLa's down to himself, and Ra'ad actually just outclassed in this small skirmish.
Oh, but here we go. Quick position play coming in. Oh, there we go. Beautiful spray down coming in from Del Hop as he finds that angle, and with that, of course, causing quite a bit of carnage. Meanwhile, we are going to be looking onto the players here from Falcons. Quickly tending to their wounded. They find themselves situated on that western side. And we have a few teams holding in the vicinity as ABIAH now get eliminated. Of course, NASR going to try and find this angle onto the Falcons. Falcons down to only a 3-man team. Oh, Hassan looking to find that angle. And I'm curious to see just what exactly NASR are going to be doing here, because they have such a spread out position. Just it's actually a good spot. I mean, there's quite a bit of those high angles that they could utilize. But ideally, as we get closer to the end of this phase, I'd like to see them just look to condense that. Just strengthen the hold a little bit.
Yep. And Lusail, they've got, the early drop uncontested easy, slowly trailing in from that northern side. And Triple Vibes, one of those teams that have, that goes to that part of the map as well, very northern, so they're bound to meet at some point if they somehow cross path when it comes to that tempo game. And Triple Vibe sometimes still like a little bit looking lost, I would say. Yes, that game previously was decent, but it was not them, it was the gods of PUBG being nice to them. But on this side, it's going to be absolutely different. We talk about power positions, we talk about textbook play, and teams not trying to give someone who's playing by the book, and that is also just a very classical position to clash. RICO and Infinity is in here first, and they will take 2 from Fate. And Fate, after what seems to be one of the biggest mistakes in this tournament, will also make another one. We talked about this already, DK. When you're so close to getting someone so good, and then you have completely spoiled it for yourself, that can have even a bigger effect to an early death.
Yeah, that could definitely lead to a very early death. But now, speaking about death, this is where Lusail needs to try and just hold on. They don't want to go out in an early position, as we still have 14 teams in play. But now they're looking to apply a bit of pressure onto the side of Triple Vibes. One shot, just peeking in and out of the window. Beautiful bit of pre-fire, though, coming through. But now the pressure is on. Did you see from Mar getting knocked on down? Up comes the rush. Down goes one shot. There we go. So Triple Vibes now down to Azrael, as the pressure is going to be on. But I mean, Azrael, he's fortunately far enough away, just hugging those hay bales. So it could be quite a nice cover position for him to be playing. But they got to be careful, because Raad also going to be looking to move in. And so many teams positioned over on towards this western side is going to mean that the teams have to be so careful of those rotations, the angles they take, because they got to be wary 360 degrees around them.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, Triple Vice make a huge mistake. Like, that sort of mistake is also from that choking. Yes, you had some tricky start, but you didn't have to go down that way. But now here comes the trigger discipline, the team shooting coming through. But that is a great quick response from Damar.
Of course, now the players here from Twisted just trying to play that position, applying a little bit of pressure in both directions. But of course, now it is all up to whether or not they can hold on, as RICO Infinity are going to be looking to push up. They want to get up into zone. The only way for them now to go is through the side of Twisted Minds. That is going to be their only option. Unless, of course, they are going to be willing to rotate up along that northern edge. But here we go. The pressure is on. The sprays come through as Escaton finds the confirm. Now looking to move into Destiny and Dami, but they send out a few grenades to try and ward them off. Up comes Prestige as well, looking to move in. Oh, and Nas gets spotted, completely distracted. The pressure is on. Up comes the rush. Destiny is down. Dami just up ahead. The spray's coming through. Destiny.
Oh, no.
Oh, Dami finds a beautiful angle. Completely distracted. Escaton now left to try and defend. Hidan comes flying in. Escaton goes down. It is now up to Dami, but fortunately for RICO Infinity, Fidan swoops in with the finishing blows, and with that sent Twisted Minds right back into the lobby.
Well, to be fair, that could have been done more cleanly. Right, Fidan was there to save it. It could have been a 1v3 by the last player of Twisted Mind. That was too close for comfort. And it's those, very tight moments, DK, when it's like you can't even hear anything. There were footsteps and all that stuff, but it's not coming through. And Galaxy Race have been chasing the zone for so long now. It's one of these rotations where they just yeet it in, just say, hey, we just crash into the next spot. And they made it in with some price to pay. Let's see whether they can pick up the best fragger. And Rove need to use his big brain, but that is actually Falcons. Damar, the solo play comes through so strong.
Oh man, Damar, he was pushing up so beautifully, found an amazing grenade, but unfortunately gets taken out. Up comes Boomba, bit of a crash landing. But now the pressure is on. He's going to try and get his teammate back up. Will he look to close it out onto the side of Galaxy Racer? He could strike right now, but with that, Rauf gets raised up. The threat now just doubled as Lord and Rauf comes in with a spray down, and with that takes out the Falcons. Oh man, they're probably going to kick themselves if they see how close they were to potentially getting the wipe on Galaxy Racer. But now we need to move on. Real Tiger 9 and SUDOR are going to be fighting it out for control down in towards the south. We see NASR sharing the space here with them. It's going to be such a tough play to make as we see Jigsaw now trying to pick up those sprays onto towards Galaxy Racer, but NASR holding strong. Looking to move in. iKURD applying a bit of pressure on it towards Zeko. Oh, he's trying to set up that anchor point, that foothold in the zone. But he's completely isolated, and now NASR also moving in. So this is going to be such a challenge for a one, but up comes the sprays onto Batika. Oh, nice! Love me a vehicle explosion. Oh, Zeko gets picked up by Nabo as he moves in. Pressure is on. iKURD triple now trying to hold on. But NASR come in. They look to clean up the zone. They've lost Hassan as well as Miracle. The pressure is definitely now on for NASR. What a grenade. iKURD triple. Just using the bounces to send that nail in. Wow, that was beautiful.
Man, the king of the road now. That dip is the most important one. Of course, it's quite textbook at this point, but eliminating the important team right here. NASR is now out. iKURD is trying to expand their control, and they can slowly move in. It's about just peeking, shoot, but always be careful of what's behind you. There's more teams to catch. That funnel is of course still there from that south side from this hard shift, so iKURD needs to make that count. Ali, this player I just spoken to today, just getting not in this key position when they have so much more to do.
Wow, that grenade just finding the spot once again, as that was the finishing blow for Real Tiger 9. Kalaga just being a beast with the utilities, but up ahead, of course, we can see the pressure continuing to just get insane as the players there from KURD squad are getting pushed on by the side of Raad. Raad now moving in, trying to utilize their numbers. iKURD triple trying to defend, but of course, Ali gets picked up. SUDOR get eliminated. Oh, so many teams now starting to fall. Raad, Sadat right there alongside KURD squad, as we can see Aram and Unknown just quickly trying to get those health bars back up, but up comes the move in from Sadat. Picks up one, but gets taken down. Aram just barely escaping. But now it opens up the opportunity for Desha and Delhub to come rushing in. But Delhub, of course, taking a few hits as Rip from Lusail finds that beautiful third-party angle. Down he goes. What is going on? It is absolutely insane, but such beautiful PUBG.
Man, like Sadat made that first mistake. He didn't have to move. He didn't have to risk it. Even if he does, it needs the team pressure from multiple sides. Behind cover, they got knocked and then baited another teammate into death. Today has been so hard for some of these teams. We're talking about these basics not coming through. KURD squad get blessed by the circle essentially, but it's iKURD's game to lose right now. Still from that position, still blessed by the circle. Get the freedom to peek either side and pick of any side they want to fight.
Of course, now speaking about fighting, the players here from Cryptics are going to be looking to doing exactly that. Meanwhile, Aran, no! Again, the vehicle explosions. Rawan on fire, finding a beautiful, beautiful spray down. And with that, we are reduced down to only 4 remaining teams. This, of course, being the players from iKURD, Triple, Ra'ad, Cryptics, as well as Lusail. Lusail now looking for the position up in the northern edge of zone. Oh, but they need to be so careful of that vehicle. Fortunately, they did fall back, but Rip gets picked up. iKURD triple. I mean, they are just coming in beast mode. 9 kills already on board. Ra'ad also sitting on 9 kills. But this is such an impressive play. Now Lusail looking to just try and play this position. Will they be able to secure it? Pressure is on. KURD just up ahead. Wanted just missing out on the spray.
I mean,
Come on.
it's about the adjustment, right, DK? We talk about how this looks very much like the game before, where Fate got a lot of head start, a lot of momentum, but then went too far. And iKURD didn't need to lose this player. Cryptics showed their position can slowly creep in. It will be about iKURD really fixing what they've kind of lost. Hold that one down, El Chapo. Get the quick flush as well. That was a beautifully timed knock and the finish with the nade. So that is going to be extremely key. After all, it's not these points, DK. These teams should be in the clear. It's about the chicken dinner. It's about being the last one standing.
I mean, iKURD just playing exceptional PUBG right here on the lovely Miramar. Up comes a grenade right on point, causing a little bit of damage onto KURD, but fortunately iKURD, they still have 3 players remaining. Lusail looking pretty strong, sitting on 4. Just managing to inch their way up into the north. Good separation coming in from them, just splitting up, trying to cover more angles, but Salam does get picked up by KURD. Up comes the response, down goes KURD. Rawan and Ali up ahead. Rawan getting caught out in the open, the spray down comes through. Gary Boy not being able to land all the shots just yet, but he reloads, refocuses, and tries again. Ali is going to try and suppress them as well. Can't let that knock come through just yet. Delhop holding on for the side there of Ra'ad. But the blue zone is closing in. Only about 30 seconds or so left on the clock. Lazy Boy gets spotted out, but down goes Ali. Lazy Boy, what?
That is insane. And you know what? This is not good for iKURD. The circle has made this choice. The gods have is favored. Those 30 meters are too far. There's no more covers for them to use. So this is huge for both Cryptics and Lusail. We talk about Lusail having one of the highest rates of getting chicken dinner. And they've been a little bit stealthy, but the momentum was built first from that northern side. And now they completely dominate the circle. But Ra'ad trying to make their most important comeback. Yes, they made those 9 kills. Is at least 19 points for them, and that means they can take back their spot, and they may not need to go into elimination. Huge game for this squad, but it's about the battle of these two for those $1,000.
Oh, this is going to be quite an interesting fight. Of course, the side of Lusail looking so strong, having a full squad in their favor. But with that, the hits come through. As we do see, of course, YaLLa getting knocked on down. Wanted also just holding strong. Here we go. Come on, Senke trying to hold on. Cryptics down to only 2 remaining hopefuls. The pressure is on. Delhop making a quick dash for zone. Will he be able to get in time? Yes, he does. Just narrowly makes it back into the safety of zone, but the spray comes through.
No way.
Oh, he's been spotted. Salam now trying to capitalize on that position as well, trying to apply the pressure, but up they come. Oh, nice. Down goes Delhop. Crazy Boy gets picked up. The pressure is on Senke. Now the last remaining hopeful, but down he goes. Vehicle explosion. What a beautiful finish. Lusail on fire. They had their target set on that chicken, and man, did they step up and deliver.
Man, the circle was so good to them, but they strike at the right time. They know how to slowly move their way through, and knowing that the main road is strong. Like, to be fair, it was chaos every side, and man, that game was filled with all the different types of fight, DK landscape, shifts and all that stuff. Don't know what to say, but didn't get our early fight coming through. Didn't get my co-caster for a little bit, but we did have bits of banter is most important. Comeback, and man, Lusail 4 chicken dinners now, I think.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful to see. And of course, let's jump into our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to rake in this match. Of course, the players there from Lusail sitting pretty at the top with 9 kills, 24 total points. Cryptics and Ra'ad coming in on 19 points apiece, with 9 kills going to Ra'ad, 7 to Cryptics. But of course, iKURD triple coming in with a beautiful 10-point kill there. 18 points on board. KURD squad also finishing quite strong, 10 points. But RICO Infinity, no placement points, but 8 kills. They were still able to do so much damage, cause so much carnage. And that, of course, is the importance of that 1 point per kill.
Yeah, I mean, they like this type of style, right? They work through a side. Yes, you may not always get the circle, but the sweeping, the edge skirmishes are where they excel. And they continue to do that. But when it comes to skirmishes, once again, you need to be able to finish them up in a very clean manner. That's where they lack that game. But after all, still a lot of frags coming through. Galaxy Racer, though, there's something that's weird to me about like how they've been playing. They are seemingly just 30 to 45 seconds too late to everything. Like if they just got there a little bit quicker, they would know the next right thing to do, and then they can always get in. But right now they are forced to just go right when they arrived the like most recent, most previous spot. So that means they just are chasing and just are one step behind certain teams in this type of area. So man, like we do have very high hopes for this team, and I think right now they are actually in what we call maybe a relative slump, because we do want them to do like very well. Like they used to be able to excel in all types of circle, but this week has proved otherwise.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit odd, but well, at the end of the day, Tarzan, it is what it is. And speaking about it ising what it ising, right? We got to jump straight into our MVPs for the match to see who did what. And Delhop comes swooping in with 4 kills and 803 damage, as well as a very lovely 24 minutes and 41 second survival time. We've got Wanted there as well from Lusail coming in with 3 kills, 630 damage dealt with 24 minutes and 58 seconds. That is 2 seconds away from 25 minutes. So that is some pretty crazy numbers. But of course, we've got Sadat there from Ra'ad as well, coming in with 4 kills and 646 damage dealt. I mean, this was a really good match for Ra'ad, bringing in some pretty impressive numbers. 9 kills on board. I'm pretty sure they are quite happy. But of course, we have to now take a look to see who is going to be happy as we move up into our overall rankings. And of course, not a lot of changes coming in on our first page here initially, as things are pretty much where they are. But of course, we do see the players from Lusail now moving up into 8th place, actually moving the team there from KURD 12 down onto that second page. But things look pretty stable. Of course, RICO Infinity and Fate just doing their usual back and forth swapperoonie. Just swapping places every now and again. Falcons also we see moving down into 6th place from 4th. So, yeah, the team's definitely making a bit of a stand, a bit of a play. But of course, we're more interested to see what is happening on that second page. That's going to be the money spot, if we could call it that. But of course, that is also to see, which teams have been doing enough to secure themselves on the second page. We see the players here from iKURD now just getting moved down a slight tad, but Real Tiger 9 still there. Of course, Cryptics, NASR, YaLLa, SUDOR, Triple Vibes, all in the pretty similar spot. But eventually, right, we have the players from Ra'ad joining us now on the second page.
It's a tug of war. It's a tug of war. And Triple Vibes actually don't want to be drawn into this, but unfortunately, lads, you can't escape from this one. I mean, yesterday was a little bit rough for this team. That's why they are now in the mix. I think it could be about picking one team out of these three, but we've seen some pretty impressive games by some of these teams. Like Triple Vibes got themselves a chicken dinner as well, like let's be honest, and same for ABIAH Esports. So even SUDOR is not in the clear. Like SUDOR's been playing this style where they are, they tag along for all these games, but it's like I don't want to really be in front, standing in front when we take that photo, right? It's like in a party, but you're always the quiet one. That's how they've been playing, these past 7 games now. DK. So after this next Erangel game, we will have been officially more than halfway through this last Super Weekend, and pretty scary for some of these teams. Doesn't have to be. We talk about that narration, shaking it off. There's always different ways to see it. I mean, a lot of them are just trying to test things if they really want to. Oh, chicken dinner, like if we get it, nice, very, very nice. But if it's so hard to get in for this respective circles, just test something out. Then we may see them in the finals.
Well, of course, speaking about testing, the teams are going to be put to the test as we get ready to move into our next match, which is going to be our third one all the way over on towards Erangel once again. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back in a short few minutes with the next match. So stay tuned. See you in a bit.
Mr. D.
Like this. مثل iKURD وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. Of course, this is our third Super Week and we're getting ready to roll into our third match. My name is DK and with me is Professor Taza. Now, before we get into any of the action, we first need to upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2021. Now, Tarzan, we've been seeing a little bit of a back and forth coming in as to who has been taking these winner chicken dinners. An absolutely phenomenal play coming through as the teams look to step it up. You know, we can see the teams have definitely realized that this is the time to perform, right? We had NASR coming into that first chicken dinner, the players from Lusail taking the second, and now as we get ready to move into our third match, this is where the pressure is on as we are returning back to Erangel. And I'm curious to see who's going to come out victorious at the end.
Yes, you know what? We've done a lot of research or number crunching, or to say the least, analysis, I would say, around this map because it's so important so far. And it has been the case just this season. It was actually even more important compared to these other maps, compared to last season. So Erangel, we have a lot of data, a lot of things to predict, a lot of things to play with. And so that playing path, the second that it pops, it's basically game time. Like for me as well, it's extremely fun. We get to predict where some of these early fights can come through. And so, yeah, I think we'll just focus on that. Otherwise, things start to get changed up a little bit. The YaLLa Esports still yet to find some good games today. Falcons as well, we gave them a call out, and that was not really what we wanted to see as well. Game 2, still, it can change in Game 3. But Lusail, the one team, these three teams that we talked about that struggled yesterday, got 24 points in that one, I believe, if not more. So huge game for them because yesterday they got like 15 points. So that was the bounce that they needed. And yeah, they want to hold on to that spot.
Well, I'm curious to see definitely what the players from Ra'ad are going to be doing. Yes, they've been looking to step up their play. We did see quite an improvement already in our first 2 games of the day as they've now been able to surpass the players there from ABIAH. But now the pressure is still on because, you know, we move into yet another match, getting ready to return back onto the ever-lovely Erangel. And this is where it's do or die time. The teams really need to bring it if they want to secure those positions. I mean, their opportunities are definitely starting to run out. They're running out of time. They're running out of matches. And now, as we see the southern flight path, yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky.
Tricky. And you know what? I think it's once again Lusail versus Falcons in military base, but I'm not sure whether Falcons want to play that style because I know they're green parachutes and they might just say, hey, let's not take this one. And they actually call that off. So they want to go towards S9, which is not a bad shout. Like if you think about all the spots around that central belt, should we say, like hospital all across the mansion, so that includes Rozhok as well, teams can actually jump at different spots and don't have to really fight head on for vehicles. And I think that allows the South of Falcons to make for this adaptation, and that is great to see. But Ra'ad back to motor power, no one will contest that with them. I think it's the intrinsic issue of needing to go past so many teams that makes it interesting. Yes, very southern, but to be fair, like these teams shouldn't struggle too much getting to that spot because it's just quite lenient, quite easy to find. But Circle, And we've seen this before, huh? Like last time, this went
Mm.
to Yasnaya, and then Falcons took a chicken dinner. So it's quite insane to know that we've got 30% circle in phase 1. And yes, let's see how they can play this one out.
I don't think this is going to be such a favorable zone for Falcons, seeing that they didn't touch down in Yasnaya. You know, they dropped a little bit further down, closer towards Shelter. So yeah, I'm not expecting to see the Falcons play another winner game, another winner chicken dinner match. But you know, they could still do exceptionally well, as this is kind of, you know, in their neighborhood. This is, you know, we could almost call it common ground for them. But of course, here they come rolling in a three-wheel of death. Oh, fortunately for them, it doesn't stay true to its name, but they have a visitor, YaLLa, just lurking on the edge of the wall. So they
Wow.
need to quickly deal with that situation. Essentially look to apply a bit of pressure. And I'm liking this proactiveness as they move up as a full squad. Really putting the pressure on YaLLa. And with that, yep, down he goes. So a good start there. Falcons, I'm liking this way that they are approaching this. But now they need to be careful because M7, he's
Oh, no.
also in the vicinity. Fortunately, Bompa has spotted him out. And, you know, Bompa's got the M249 in hand.
Man, like, you know, that type of movement, just that quick stand almost just took him down.
Oh.
And that is him giving away his position. That was a huge mistake. Down to those basics, after all, ABIAH have not shown, you know, the best consistency, and definitely not with the most experience as well. So in that area, not noticing the potential threat from Falcons, who can be so very religious to head towards Yasnaya, ABIAH will get slowed down massively.
Yeah, I mean, that was still a really decent play coming in from the side of Falcons. Even though they weren't able to touch down in Yasnaya, they are going to be looking to get their butts in that direction. But of course, quickly dealing with the threat coming in from the side of ABIAH there. Really now, you know, kind of forcing their hand for ABIAH, because they came in with the strategy for full squad. Now they've got only half of that. So I'm curious to see how they're going to look to apply themselves coming into the remainder of this game. But, of course, as we move on through, we see the teams, of course, just utilizing some interesting drop locations, seeing that we had such a southerly flight path to come in. But it's definitely going to be quite interesting, as we've got quite a few teams actually situated on towards that western side. And Lusail and SUDOR actually pushing all the way up on towards that Sosnovka Island. But now, as we look through the match and the positions we see the teams in, of course, we find the players here from a Real Tiger 9, just very, very split out in and around Ferry. We see, of course, Ramp and Co just dropping here. But the rest of the team, they've pushed all the way over in towards Primorsk. So a very split drop for them.
Yep.
But that could be quite advantageous, just looking at, you know, the sheer distance between them. And they don't have so many teams really contesting them in this region just yet.
Yep, not quite, but for better or worse, right? The thing is, some of these teams are so not used to being contested in certain areas or even any early clash that they are just strolling through the ground. Like those lands, they just stumble across like this, nothing huge. And before they know it, they run into a neutral fight. Like we've seen those issues like again and again. Like for some of these teams, we're even talking about back into league play Revolution on that southern side. For Southern Circle, they're so used to just, you know, looting up military base, no one will come behind us, yada yada yada, moving into the circle towards that bridge, and then suddenly 2-3 squads stab from behind. Like, so it's the same type of mentality that these teams need to fix. Sometimes everything that you are used to are always specific to the particular plane path and circle, as well as lobby. So they really need to make sure that they don't only think for themselves, but the way that they think for themselves is by pretending to be enemies, thinking what it means for the enemy teams, right? And when they lack that type of insight, that is when they fail to become one of the best.
Yeah, because I mean, they should by now have played enough against the opposing teams to have a pretty good feel of what to expect. And you know, also having done the VOD reviews, they can have a pretty good idea of what those rotational paths could be looking like, depending, of course, on where those zones go. But what's quite interesting to see is when we have a flight path and zone mixture that we don't see too often in combination.
Yep.
You know, all the teams are kind of left to try and resort to different kind of strategies which we haven't really seen them apply before. So it makes for some quite interesting and exciting gameplay, but also it's quite pressurizing, and sometimes it could be quite devastating for the teams having to readjust once again. But of course, now if we look up in towards this whole kind of prison position, we did see this was the spot, of course, in which ABIAH did drop down. But we did see them, of course, now suffering 2 casualties. And I'm pretty sure that they've rotated up in the direction of Lipovka. We, of course, yet to get confirmation on that. But meanwhile, the players from Fate are going to be looking to move into prison. This could be quite a favorable spot to be in, as it is very centralized within the zone. But speaking about zone, we've got several more teams looking to just advance their own position, as NASR is continuing further on to the east.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. The tricky thing about Yasnaya, a little bit of mention and all that, but there is still a chance that it can keep going to the east. So suddenly, there's not a lot of like previous VODs that we can use to say this team will definitely go for this type of spot on this eastern side. I mean, hell, like, do you guys even know? Like, I don't even know. Like, after digging into this game for so long, where Real Tiger 9 will go on that eastern side, because it's like the Primos team. Like, how often do we see them over there? So suddenly, it's about the adjustment that needs to come quick enough, knowing how much you know, and then how much you just completely have no data. And then you just need to play the usual way, like in scrims, like you react to things. That's how you train, and not over rely on your homework. Because yes, although that needs to be done, we can always come back with certain sort of biases, and all that stuff that can cause issue. Look at that coastline actually getting pretty saturated. We've got 2 types of teams here. DK will want those who don't want to. They come into coastline late. That hill line to the west of Lipovka is all taken up. And also the other teams that want to come in slightly later, so they don't have to crash with these teams set up on that western side.
Yeah, and of course, you need to choose which one is going to be the lesser of the evils, as that zone now shifts over towards that far eastern side. And we see quite a few teams already pretty well established within the zone. But now, the teams all moving in from this western side, they're going to have a pretty tough time finding a safe and secure compound to move into. But, I'm hopeful for the side there of RICO Infinity, as we see them up in towards the far north. We know they've got a pretty good rotation when it comes to moving up into zones. But now, Falcons just waiting patiently to see what the side of NASR are going to be doing. But NASR, it's almost like they're daunting them, just moving in and out with the vehicles, a bit of back and forth, really testing out the perseverance of the Falcons.
Yep, I mean, the problem with this position right now is the fact that you won't really get much out of here, like when you know each other's presence, and it's better to just go close to the circle, know what the scene is, set the scene, pick a fight, then know how to progress. Like, this is not where you want to hang out too long for. And same position right here, like Cryptics, what do you actually get out of this? No problem, you can let teams move in first, then play a very good edge sweeping style, but that is just a term that we use. Whether it's easy to do comes down to how the hills and dips and everything looks like. And so YaLLa will have a bit of fight potentially, but Real Tiger 9, we talked about them in their position. Man, it's go time. Many teams trying to fight on this western side.
Well, here we go. YaLLa and Galaxy Racer getting into a bit of a tussle here. As you can see, of course, Yusuf getting knocked down, as well as Ida for the side there of YaLLa. Up comes a confirm as Yusuf gets sent away. Freak now just waiting alongside Lord. The spray comes in, down goes Powerful. There we go, a good stance coming in from Galaxy Racer. Bandar now looking to make a quick dash for it. Will he be able to escape? For the time being, yes, he does. But now leaving the rest of his team behind. So with that, they are going to be reduced down to only 1 remaining player, as Bandar now makes his grand escape, rotating further in towards the zone. But as we move back over on towards that eastern side, we can see the players here from Real Tiger 9 and of course the side of SUDOR looking to get a little bit aggressive. Ram cooking up the grenade. SUDOR right there alongside him. There we go. Clever Funcer confirm. But now the pressure is on. Real Tiger looking to play through this. He did have a little bit of a back. Here you go. Hits coming in. SUDOR still looking strong though. I mean, they've got all 4 players up. Oh, down goes Ramk. Now it's up to MSTO and of course Jigsaw to try and bring it in for Real Tiger.
Man, it's tricky, right? This already clever with the clever off angle. It's not just one, it's two. Two in the center, one to cash north, one to cash south. That is a good split. It's about how long you can hold it for before teams come into close proximity. And after that will be the reset coming through. SUDOR can still rotate around it. It's really this control on the southern segment. It's still after a huge circle for these teams to play off. And yes, this is going to be about quick rotations as well. The Clever went on foot because he needs to. It's too close to use a car without giving away info. So right now, 4v3, and they still kind of have a spot in the circle, but it's very, very harsh for latecomers, especially coming from that south side. The setup along that main road, main eastern road, is actually incredibly hard to deal with.
Yeah, it is quite the challenge. But now, of course, the players here from Real Tiger are going to look to disengage, rotate into a stronger position. But this, of course, could still be that opportunity for SUDOR to find those angles and cause a little bit more havoc. But fortunately for Real Tiger, it seems like they are just able to evade this line of sight of the players there from SUDOR as they make a very successful rotation. There we go. Of course, now Real Tiger looking to rejoin up with, of course, Jigsaw. But he is pushing up into Ra'ad and Galaxy Racer. Oh, this is going to be crazy. But also NASR right there alongside the players from iKURD. Triple Jigsaw gets taken down. And the players from NASR trying to hold on. Miracle trying to wrap around. But Batika gets taken down.
Man, like, it's so tricky. Like, teams want to... They come into City early so they don't have to be taken out, but there's so many grounds in between. It's actually about where iKURD Triple is and how dominating that position can be from that hillside that push teams away, right? And that is why we have this coexistence right now, like for now, I would say, in the POFCA. But it's only phase 3 DK. So that's the problem. Like, will team, like, have team overcommitted for that position? What will they need to do? Like, if this zone keeps, toying with them and coming back to that western side, we don't know. So that is the type of thinking that these teams need to take. And right now, there's still a hardwired idea of, okay, it's go time. Yeah, I get it. You need to have the ability to know it's go time when the zone just popped. Everything's been discussed. Just in the car, drive straight away on the next zone, right? But does that need to be the only way to play this game? Like, that is the issue right now. Look at this zone. It's actually still very, very huge.
It is quite huge, but some really trying positions these teams find themselves in. As we can see, Reef now getting knocked right on down. iKURD Triple Rowan coming into some beautiful plays. Of course, we did see that a beautiful play from him in the previous match as well. So, some interesting expectations coming through. But Fate now quickly tending to their winter. They still have a fairly decent position within the zone. That next phase, of course, closing in. But Lusail still find themselves up in the north. I'm actually liking that slight spread coming in from the side there of KURD squad. Just again, setting themselves up to gather as much information. But Lipovka itself is looking pretty crazy. So let's hope the zone doesn't shift that way, as it's going to be such a tough position to defend. And Galaxy Racer and Ra'ad find themselves smack dab center zone once again. Or not center zone, but they are in zone. It is iKURD Triple that have smack dab center zone. But now they need to look to defend.
Well, it's actually not too bad a zone to play for these teams. Like, they've got main roads to separate, we've got hilltops to separate, we've got people already in town, so a lot of these teams should be able to keep a lot of players. They just need to just find that one small spot, and there are plenty, right? So that is actually going to be pretty nice for quite a lot of these teams. Of course, they need to have had the protection of the vehicles. If they haven't had it so far, I mean, it's going to be hard anyway. You can't go without a car like this type of circle, and you can see like that is a little bit of tough one for Cryptics. Playing loud, but not able to grab something from this position. And the zone goes 3, 2, 1, and good luck, because that zone can be very tricky to get in.
Oh, and as we move in, talking about getting in, the players from KURD squad are going to be looking to get up into the zone. but they do have the threat coming in from Real Tiger 9 Ramp, trying to get that res up into his teammate. SK-Ton looking to rotate up behind them, so you could see a few third parties actually coming through from the side of RICO Infinity. You can see them paying close attention to this region, but up comes the nades. There we go. MST gets taken down. Real Tiger now facing quite a bit of a challenge. Ramp trying to improve that health bar, but the relentless barrage of grenades come through. Oh, beautiful bounce. It is so close, and with that, a lot of ping pong challenges coming through there, but KURD Squad eventually close it up. Meanwhile, the players here from Triple Vibes are going to be looking to apply the pressure onto the side of Cryptics. We can see Senke up ahead, El Chapo as well as Marshall now making a dash. The blue zone is closing up. The pressure is on. Will they be able to make their escape? Or will the side of Triple Vibes find them in the rotation?
Nice.
Oh, there we go. Marshall and Senke getting reduced to dust. And now everything rides on El Chapo, but a beautiful vehicle explosion comes in as one shot. Only needed one shot to blow that vehicle to smithereens. Falcons and Lusail are going to be going toe-to-toe as Salam goes down. Damar comes in with a hit, never alone, and Damar now the two remaining defenders here. Will they be able to hold on? No need to worry about that, as of course the players from Lusail get eliminated. So pretty strong play for Falcons once again, and now only 12 teams remain.
Yes, I mean, this Tower Circle, man, like, some god compounds, to be fair. And this one is actually extremely strong, but it's so strong that you can control a lot towards the center zone. The sight lines towards the south is actually amazing, but as a solo, I would suggest anyone to just move out of there, right? There's still spots that they can play off, and right now that is the problem. Just keep chasing the zone. Triple Vibes got the chance to come in a little bit further, but always just settle with an edge position that doesn't allow you to keep the resources. So yes, you found this spot, you only aim for this, then you will forever stay here. Like, that is the problem of always just taking edge. Like, you need to have the coin flip, and sometimes one time out of 4 you will get the zone completely on your side, and now the answer is no. But the blessing here is not even a blessing for them, because SUDOR actually can still get entry, so now they can just send 1 or 2 to make sure they clear out the south side. It should be a few kills in their pockets. It will be for SUDOR to actually expand a little bit to make sure that they push Vibes away. So Vibes need to go for a wide rotation, then SUDOR need to catch those ones.
Well, it's going to be a pretty tough play nonetheless. Now SUDOR looking to defend the edge of zone. Players there from Triple Vibes are going to be having quite a bit of a tough time to get into zone undetected. Meanwhile, Clever will be taking a bit of spray down coming through from the side there of iKURD Triple. We see positioned in near center zone, so a really favorable spot for them to be in. And looking at this phase, I mean, the more of a high ground position you can have, I think the better it will be, as there's such a mountainous kind of hilly region to be fighting in. And everyone's going to try and move up, but up ahead Triple Vibes now face the challenge of making a successful rotation, trying to get ahead of that blue zone. Pressure is on. We do see Fade up ahead. SUDOR also just waiting for them to move. But this is now where iKURD could be finding a few more easy kills coming their way.
iKURD didn't adjust this split. They just want to stay at where they are, and to be fair, missing out of some opportunity, but after all, it will be SUDOR set up to make sure they line up those shots. Vibes down to that one player, so that was actually SUDOR get the job done extremely well. They know where the escape paths are, and then make sure that they capitalize. And now Ali getting the 5th kill for iKURD Triple. This is not the easy split to pull off, but they've been getting everything. Enough kills, enough suppression, and also tightening the splits as the circle go on. This has been great.
Yeah, a really strong play coming in from them, but now this is going to be such a difficult zone to try and breach, as the players here from iKURD are just trying to play these little sheds. Meanwhile, we do see the players there from RICO Infinity getting eliminated. Ra'ad also going to be looking to push in from that eastern edge, but Fate still making a bit of a dash. You can see them holding on towards that southwestern side. And this is where it all comes down to a bit of a snake game, as a lot of these teams find themselves in pretty exposed positions. Galaxy Racer being one of those teams moving in from that southeastern side. Up ahead, we can see the players from Falcons, of course, taking a few hits. iKURD Triple looking to hold on and retain control of the zone. They do have a very centralized position. But of course, now up comes the dash in from Volt. Trying to make the run, but he gets spotted. The shots come through from Damar. Will he be able to follow through? Oh, headshot! Down he goes. Easy claps for Damar.
Oh, bing! That's the sound. That was brilliant. I love that update, by the way. And Falcons need to now come in. iKURD got the circle again. So it's about reset up once again. I can't stress that enough. With this circle, they need to know where the pressure comes through. They can't be too greedy. Galaxy Racer make the smoke path. It's going to be linear for them. iKURD needs to know the limits, and it's time to really suppress them.
Especially with so many teams surrounding you, this is not the position you want to be in. This is one of those few times where center zone is not the most advisable position to be in, seeing that everyone else is pretty much playing edge. So you're just making yourself a moving target. But now the team's looking to push in. Galaxy Racer trying to wrap around this eastern side, trying to play this ridge line. But right there alongside them, we see the players from SUDOR looking to adapt a very kind of similar approach. But of course, Lord sends up the Blazers in towards Kalaga as he gets taken down. Esrod and Rawan. No! Down he goes! Wow, it was like he stepped on a mine. But now, Galaxy Racer. Wow, this is going to be a beautiful play. We do see Esrod trying to tend to his teammates. But I'm afraid it might be a little bit too late, as that has been such a difficult position.
Very, very tricky. We talk about, just finding a different plan. That spot is just no good from that point onwards. You may need to face multiple teams coming in from that edge, but Falcons is one of those teams, and they are just really, really good in sweeping edges. Down to one player, but the job has been done. Double-digit kills for that team. We thought they were gone, but they've come back strong.
Yeah, Falcons looking to wing it once again. Hamodi, meanwhile, will be finding the spray onto 3OBD. We do see Katan up ahead. Could that be the final play for the side of SUDOR? Hamodi, he relentlessly wants those points. He's not going to be stopping anytime soon. Galaxy Racer, of course, having control of this eastern side of the zone. Up ahead, you see the team from Fate. Not quite sure what Kaito is shooting at the rock for, but hey, each to their own. But Fate holding on to that southern position. Twisted Minds looking strong. All four players still up and at it. But now they need to try and push in, looking to clean it up. Fate up ahead is going to be presenting quite a bit of a challenge for them. Meanwhile, Falcons lost. Oh, leaves his teammate now to be the last one, as Damar is the remaining hopeful. Galaxy Racer also looking absolutely phenomenal, still having all four players up. And this is kind of the play we were expecting to see from Galaxy Racer.
Yep, and now here's come the test. Like 40 seconds to go, they didn't have a spot in the circle. They need to pick one approach to sweep. Is it clockwise? Is it anti-clockwise? They've given up all the vehicles, I believe, and so that will be about just sweeping in. Quick response and all that. Quick comms coming through needed as well. SUDOR is now out. So Galaxy Racer, this is the test, and Damar can actually still make it in. So a good chunk of solos, and you know what? If we just look at landscape, when we just look at circle and the numbers advantage, circle definitely on the side of Twisted Minds. So that can be an approach that they take, and still got vehicles, rocks, relative high ground. And so, yeah, but if I need to put money for any team, it would be Twisted Mind. And I mean, they take these games as well. They are not scared. And Galaxy Racer, here comes the blue. You can see just one tick, DK. That is so painful.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I have to agree with you, though. My money is also on Twisted Minds. But now Fate, finding themselves in a tough spot as Kaito's looking to just obliterate them. But up comes Rauf on the off angle. Just a bit of a saving grace now for the side there of Twisted Minds. Isawi, the last remaining hopeful, is going to try and play this edge. So close to the zone, but still so far. And the only way in is out into the open. Ali from iKURD holding on to the little shack. He is going to get obliterated pretty soon. No two ways about that. As you can see, Galaxy Racer already looking to do that. But Rauf gets picked up by Destiny. Here we go, Twisted Minds. Now looking to apply the pressure. There we go. There we go. Hamodi goes down. Quick response coming in from Lord. Lord and Freak, the two hopefuls. Will they be able to get the job done? Only 3 teams remain, Tarzan.
Man, and that is also Faye just coming in. It's just 2 smokes away. Like, Galaxy Racer found the best line of entry using the shack as the cover as well, but they did not smoke it. They need to preemptively smoke. If they'd done that, they would have had the time. Lot got in to that position, but not after they've lost a key player and get slowed down intensely.
Oh, here we go. Twisted Minds. Kaito sending up the nade. Oh, is it going to reach? Oh, yes, finds a bit of damage. Wow, that was scarily close, but now it is the final showdown between Galaxy Racer and Twisted Minds. Down goes Lord, Raouf goes down, it is up to Freak. Out comes the grenades and down he goes. Twisted Minds swooping in, claiming the winner chicken dinner. 11 kills on board. Beautiful gameplay coming in from them, but also got to point it out, Galaxy Racers stepping up to the plate once again. It's been long enough, but eventually they did it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the style that we love to see them play. It's not just about taking points, it's how they've done it. Yes, they were so decisive when they have, hey, you know what, there's no cars anymore or anything, just run in, and they were working as a very nice unit. It was just 1 or 2 of those small things that really cost them that chicken dinner, but they are on the rise, so they are back.
Yeah, definitely they are back. And how much back they are, that makes no sense. But yes, let's go into our match rankings to see what the points do while I work on my English a little bit more here today. And of course, Twisted Minds coming in with a very comfortable 26 points, 11 kills on board. Galaxy Racer finishing strong on 12 kills, as well as 12 placement points, bringing them on a grand total of 24. Then, of course, Falcons also raking in those double-digit kills, putting them on a very comfortable 16 points. But of course, Fate and iKURD coming in with 13 points apiece. So some strong points coming in. But of course, well, we need to see what that next page looks like. But Ra'ad also finishing on 5 kills. So a good show of aggression. And I have to say, I'm quite satisfied with the performance coming in from Ra'ad today. You know, it's just a little bit sad that it's only today. Right? It's taken them this long.
I would
but,
say so, yes.
You know, better late than never.
I feel like the way that they've gotten these points today is actually more convincing compared to what they've done in the league play. Yes, I know they came first, but this is when they need to open up for themselves on a particular part of the map, and they just went for it. So I actually like how they've been playing this game, but when we look at these other teams, it's just a little bit hard to watch. I think many of these teams have their moments, but we need to pick out 2 that didn't really have any so far in the Super Weekend. YaLLa Esports is one, and the second will be Real Tiger Knight.
Yeah, it's been a pretty tough set of matches we've had today. I mean, all the teams are bringing in an extra level of gameplay. So I'm not expecting it to be easy by any measure. I'm especially hoping for it to be quite challenging, because that is what we want to see. We want to see challenging gameplay, right? So, hopefully they'll have a bit of an improvement coming into the remaining matches. But of course, speaking about matches, we have to look at our MVPs of this one. And that is no surprise, Hamodi and Freak sitting right up at the top. 4 kills and 6 kills. 977 damage being dealt by Hamodi, and 778 damage dealt by Freak. And then, of course, we got the Falcons up here as well. Damar coming in with 6 kills and 675 damage dealt.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing this edge, slowly coming in, and that is the strength of that type of circle, right? Because there's got so many sides for the more central team to care about. You actually get your openings from here and there. They're slowly going uphill as well. So just prone in, bring the only things that you need and just slowly work your way through. And that was probably why they could find some of these damage as well. But of course, like we've been given all the context, it's easier to say like retrospectively, but nonetheless, great execution from this team. Because if you just place some of the other teams in the same Super Weekend, DK, into those positions exactly on that map, they may struggle a lot more.
Well, speaking about struggle, right? we are going to be moving into our overall rankings to see who has been struggling to break out and get into some strong positions. Of course, we have our usual, movers and shakers coming in on this page right here, the first page. This is kind of like our bragging rights page. Galaxy Racer still holding on to that top spot. Fate right there. We've got, of course, RICO Infinity. Fate and RICO Infinity doing the swaps. That's what they do. Match after match, the one team's in front, then the other one, then the other one. But of course, Twisted Fate, they have now swapped 7th place for 4th place. So a really good play coming in from them in this last match. Of course, now 3 chicken dinners on board. The players there from Falcons getting moved down, same as for the players from iKURD, as well as the KURD squad, and then, of course, Lusail. So, yeah, a really good showing coming in from Triple, the players there from Twisted Minds. I don't know where I was going for Triple there, but either way, on the second page is where we see Triple. That is Triple vibes over into that 15th position. Ra'ad still managing to hold on to their 16th place. And, they're slowly but surely starting to increase the gap between them and the side of ABIAH. And that is going to be so much harder for ABIAH to try and close if they do not step up their gameplay in the remaining matches.
ABIAH is, I don't know, it's just tricky, right? Like the way that they got these points was actually pretty nice. And I think sometimes is that effect, right? When you have one or two bad games to start, and then you always overthink about where you are on the table instead of playing your best game. That's when things can really go off. So we're coaching certain teams that always think about these things. Oh, we've got this amount of points now, we're good. Okay, they've got only that. Like, we didn't have to worry about them. Like, of course, that is maybe a lower level, but you can see sometimes these sort of like ups and downs, ebb and flows, kind of just go hand in hand with this type of like suspicion.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Finding the right kind of mindset, the right kind of mentality is always a challenge. And aside from the strategies we see the teams applying in the game itself, it's also a bit of a mix and match trying to find the mindset that would work for the team in that position of pressure. That is also always going to be a part of esports, especially moving into competitive gameplay and looking at the level at which is at. There's so much less room for any of those small mental mistakes to come in, be it a slight little slip of something, even if you just lose focus or you get distracted by an odd noise, IRL, whatever the situation is. So it's always interesting to see just how consistently teams are able to perform and how they are able to retain that focus pushing through all these games. But of course, speaking about focus, we are going to be jumping into a quick break so we can get our focus back on the match and continue with our 4th game, which is going to be taking us to the heavily hot and spicy Sanhok. So be sure to stay tuned for the crazy action. We'll be back in a short few minutes.
Mr. D.
Like this.
New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royal Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royal Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royal Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royal Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royal Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royal Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royal Pass month.
وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر هيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو، لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is EK. With me is Professor Tarzan, and we are taking you through the action on our third and final super weekend of the PMPL. But of course, before we get into any of the crazy action, we want to remind the viewers back home of No Live, the PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021's official media partner. Now, Tarzan, we are heading into the ever lovely Sanhok, a map that allows for quite a bit of aggression, right? So are we expecting to see some pretty crazy aggressive plays coming through?
Early game, yes. Let's go to boot camp because I think it will happen. I like boot camp because it's small enough to predict certain things happening. But we were proved wrong once in a very pleasant way. Twisted Minds and YaLLa like hot dropping boot camp, then the side of RT9 like storming themselves through, like from Trifecta up to boot camp hill, and then have a look. They repeated that yesterday, and actually they didn't get much from that because they were an adaptation coming through from YaLLa Esports, if my memory serves me correctly. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what these teams are trying to do. So different pockets got the small bit of story. So after all, it will be about how much they rely on what they've seen in those previous VODs in these games. And the last week was very, very important when it comes to knowing how each other plays Sanhok. But this week, of course, we didn't have those practice in league play still. But what we've done last week, that should be quite reliable because you didn't get a chance to tackle and maybe readjust until like these 3 days. So one game down already when it comes to Sanhok, we've still got just today and tomorrow, so it can get quite chaotic, and it will be a little bit of a, I don't know, like flipping of a coin in certain situations. But you know what, I'm down.
Well, we of course saw that very interesting engagement come through in last week's one of the Sanhok maps in last week, where we saw third party upon third party upon third party on that bootcamp hill. So let's see, maybe the teams have learned from that and they could be applying that knowledge coming into this match. But of course, this is going to be quite an essential match, I believe, as the teams now have that opportunity to make up for any points that they could have been missing out, get aggressive, just make up a few more kill points there. And, who knows, maybe even the ranking points work out in their favor as well. But it's going to be pretty exciting to see how the teams are going to be looking to play this one, as this is going to be our second last Sanhok in the super weekend, Tarzan. It feels so weird to say that, but this is our second last showing on Sanhok.
Yep, but every game is extremely important, right? Especially towards that bottom table. And we see Ra'ad having sometimes issues on this map because they like going towards Tambang, and very close to them already some important teams like SUDOR set up a trap for them because they are Ruins teams, so it's just stopping their way towards that main island, which was what we saw previously. And for Galaxy Racer, I really want to touch upon their Sanhok game because they always been seasons now, right? Game after game, season after season. Sammy is their drop, but then so many teams like going to Southwest Island as well. So it's hard to, come in late and still, be very certain of the info and positions and all that. Like track record's not so strong either, but if we want to talk about track record, sweeping style is from the north. From Paradise Resort, we've got RICO Infinity team. So let's have a look at whether we get those early action. This playing path is a bit more skewed towards that western side, but not a huge issue. With a little bit of gliding, you should be able to get over to Lakawi if you just have those skills. And of course, bootcamp, I don't know, it's 50-50, but I still really want to watch it.
Well, we have to wait and see who is going to be venturing out into that boot camp position. But of course, the teams now making their way down flight path, as we know, doesn't matter all too much on this map. It is more towards where that first phase is going to be popping. And now we wait to see what the teams will bring.
Well, this is going to be quite funny, because I can see some adjustment coming through already. Let's look over the bootcamp area. We see Banda is actually just trying to float on the outskirts, trying to get some more info around where RT9 is before floating in. So yesterday we have Twisted Minds playing a late drop onto that southern side and also taking the compound to the southeast part, and that actually worked out okay for them, only because they've got some good comms towards the end, but 2 teams, 8 players down to 1 after that fight. So this is personal, right? And both teams should be okay qualifying, but we really want to get those chicken dinners, and sometimes it's so hard. Hell, I think both teams haven't gotten a single chicken dinner on Sanhok just because they decide to drop like this.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see what Fate has in store for all these teams. Of course, we see a little bit of early game action already coming in on the side over on towards the far southern edge. But now as we jump up into bootcamp, it is Twisted Minds and YaLLa that are going to be looking to share the space here. Strangely enough, we don't see so many drops actually coming into the vicinity of bootcamp. I mean, a real Tiger, they've gone for that split once again, but it's not so heavily contested position. I mean, aside from Twisted Minds and YaLLa, we don't really see any other teams in the vicinity. But of course, here is that quick sneak peek at the early action right onto Miracle. And it is a miracle that he got taken out so early. But hey, here we are, getting ready to move on. NASR already 1 man down right out of the gate. And an easy point on board for the side of Fate. But now, speaking about Fate, Twisted Minds and YaLLa are going to be testing their fate to see who will be the victors of bootcamp.
This is quite tricky. This is extremely funny to watch as well, because they play different sorts of 4v4s. We've got Twisted Mind going on the outskirts, coming back in. We've got YaLLa trying to surround Lost the building, and like this time, and then retreating away. We've also in the past seen Twisted Mind dropping northern side, then slowly rotating away. So it's funny, to say the least. I think when it comes to compounds still around that area, you can actually drop somewhere that you can still just start your looting phase a little bit earlier, then get into position, but doesn't seem to be the case like this time around. And yeah, a bit funny, to say the least. But you know what? Like, I'm fine with that. Like, them respecting each other, knowing that they are chicken dinners and money to win, that is nice, right? But Fate, last time that we've seen them around this area, they actually caused damage to not just NASR. It was Galaxy Racer that joined alongside them, because that is a pocket on the southwestern side. They can still crash.
Yeah, and of course we know those pockets could be quite important in a map like Sanhok. And now, if we look to the players here from Fate, they are going to be on the hunt for even more NASR players. We can see Hassan just up ahead. Ragnarok out with a bit of a vengeance. Already found that first one. You can see he's just like, he's amping himself up, right? Hassan. Wow, this is going to be a pretty daring rush coming in for Hassan here. He hasn't found any loot whatsoever just yet. So very risky, shaky start coming in there for the side of Hassan. But now as we look over towards YaLLa, they've actually completely disengaged from bootcamp, moving up on towards a more, let's say a little bit more of a northern position. Right up alongside them, of course, we see RICO Infinity and Triple Vibes getting ready for their bit of an exchange. But this is all down to a bit of a waiting game, you know. In the early stages, you got to wait and see if you can find that angle on anyone and whether or not they're going to be moving in. But I'm quite, I don't know. I wouldn't say fearful for YaLLa, but like, I don't know if that was the best call to rotate so far out of bootcamp just yet.
Yeah, I think it's about the delay of that early game as well. So they grab maybe the triple warehouses to the north of bootcamp, then rotate into that pocket. It's fine, I guess, but they just need to know how to rotate past it later on. And I don't know whether they have the resource to make through that, because after all, the northern approach to slowly swamp in is the RICO Infinity team approach, and they know how to play that very well. And if you look at these their players as well. They are pretty stacked in resources, and YaLLa actually just need to rely on these split compounds. And you know what? They know it's somewhat open, right? But they can also hear shots in the close proximity because Twisted Minds have done their own bit and they've now slowly controlled the outskirts. So gentlemen's agreement, really, like coexisting is not a huge problem, and I think that is the important, adjustment coming through from these teams. Need to have somewhat we call cognitive flexibility as well, like more than one way to approach this game.
But now we look to see just what exactly the teams are going to be looking to do. So the players here from Twisted Minds. Dami keeping a very watchful eye. Spotted one of the players from the side there of KURD squad. Now just scanning the ridge. Trying to see if you can spot that. But they need to be so careful as Dami and Destiny are pretty isolated. Meanwhile, YaLLa. Oh, down goes Powerful as Prestige steps up. Yeah, I honestly think YaLLa could have made a little bit of a boo-boo rotating out of boot camp. I mean, just looking at how far east they've rotated and looking at the teams we've got up ahead, I'm not quite sure whether or not they are fully aware of the teams that drop over towards the side.
Yeah, I feel like it's time to rock out something completely different. Like work through from another part of the map, because we know that teams like to go around north a little bit and will come close pretty soon. Like on that western side, we've got like Falcons along the coastal line, and then Vibes can be around as well. Like we've seen that before. So adjustment coming from Vibes. Also, like Twisted Mind to Hot Drop, Real Tiger 9 to always come into Bootcamp Hill. So it's all these teams, right? Like, so finding that particular part where you can hold is important. But the problem with that position, right, DK, is that team can slowly push you from multiple sides, and the only way out would be the water. So that will be the scary thing as well. Of course, if they play the right split, it doesn't have to be the case. But after all, it's Sanhok, right? Like, and we just need to wait for these shifts to happen. But from that split, if we continue with that point, the last thing to talk about would be the availability of vehicles, right? It's quite hard to get. So, yeah, the map, yes, is small, but big enough for them to have more than this option.
But I've got a feeling that the tensions are definitely starting to build in this match, right? We are 8 minutes in. We've only seen 2 players getting sent back. Everyone is still alive. Everyone is still making their way on through. And we see the Falcons now. They've made it over on towards the main island. Just making their way into a little bit more of a stronger position. But as we look up in towards, just north of Painan, we can see SUDOR and the players here from Real Tiger 9. So Real Tiger just focusing their efforts up on towards that bootcamp hill. But of course, SUDOR, they've come quite a way. They've rotated all the way from Ruins across on towards the foot side of that same mountain. Ra'ad not moving up too much from Tambang into Ruins, so I think that's a fairly safe rotation. Galaxy Racer, of course, just making their play from Nakam and Sami, pushing on towards that southwestern side of the zone. But if we look a little bit further up in towards a more centralized portion in the zone, I'm curious to see where this next phase is going to be going, because whichever way it goes, like this, for instance, is going to be shifting up in favor of RICO Infinity. And now they've got that pressure on their shoulders. They need to now try and defend a very exposed kind of region. I mean, there's not a lot of angles for them to really hold, aside from if they choose to fall back into the safety of Paradise.
Yeah.
But it is going to be a very exposed kind of play coming through, as we see so many teams still looking to advance and improve their own position. But I think especially the whole southern edge of zone is going to be so heavily congested and contested because so many teams moving in.
Yeah, I think we always set Quarry and the cliffside to its north as a very important roadblock position. Like, teams can really get pushed away from that position because it's just so strong. Like the elevation, the control, the third person peak before you actually need to open up fire is just too strong. So I'd say we set the line there to that main road just to the east of Quarry, and teams can sometimes just go through cave, go all the way to the eastern side first, and just coming back up. Yeah, so they may continue to rotate along that barn side, and that will cause one thing when we talk about setting up RICO Infinity. Like many Paradise Resort team, I always impose a question of whether they know like how to hold within Paradise Resort, and now they actually favor going slightly to that hill on the south side, and I actually love it. But with what I talked about Ban, DK, I think the setup needs to involve catching whoever enters to the east, or to so far to the point that if we continue to shift towards the east, then the side of RICO Infinity can really just move east before moving south. Like that would be my rotation path if I'm playing this game. But because these teams are still cramping around like Bootcamp Hill and all that part, and Quarry will still be very, very packed.
Yeah, I mean, we know Quarry is quite a difficult position to get out of. It's easy to move in, getting out, that's where the problem lies. And we have quite a few teams actually holding up, potentially still in the vicinity there. But now we see the players from RICO Infinity and YaLLa. Oh, coming under fire. Galaxy Race also applying a bit of pressure onto the side of Ra'ad. Wow. But here we go, Lusail trying to squeeze in on the edge of zone. They've got the Falcons up ahead, and that's actually quite a interesting position we see there from last, as he can gather quite a bit of information all the way across to where Lusail is right now, and just relay that information over to the rest of his team. So I'm curious to see what Lusail is going to try and do and how exactly they are going to try and rotate back in towards zone. Yes, they're on the edge, but they haven't secured a decent position just yet.
I love what Falcons is doing here. Like they know that there is at least one or two teams that like going to that side, like mainly one team like Lusail to trail them every time. And sometimes that's where they actually get outpaced because Lusail just run down with the car. They go towards the side that they can't see. So Falcons to actually come away from that coastal line and make sure they got all these roadblocks, make sure they get all those fishies or people crossing the bridge. That would be key, but only one or two to do that. But on this side, KURD squad is trying to strike, and that was beautifully done. This is textbook DK. That exact same rock is where a lot of teams have fallen.
Yeah, and now it is the players here from KURD squad to play the power position. Already finding quite a bit of spray up into the players there from Twisted. Twisted now reduced down to 2. It is Dammy and Wade trying to hold on. But of course, we did see that zone shifting up as well. So the teams now need to try and focus on that. But this is where KURD squad actually have the zone in their favor. And I get the awareness though coming in as J9's just scouting around, just trying to see if there's anyone potentially venturing into the vicinity. But now the pressure's on. Twisted Minds, they need to try and find the ideal way to get out of the situation. Fortunately for them, the players there from KURD squad are going to be looking to just move up a little bit into a stronger position further in towards zone, a little bit more centralized. But the pressure is still going to be on as there's so many teams still left. All 16 teams still in play. Ra'ad and Twisted Minds, of course, being reduced down to 2, but the rest of the lobby still looking pretty decent. Meanwhile, Cryptics and RICO Infinity will find themselves in close proximity with Fate not too far off in the distance. The pressure is on. Teams need to be careful. They need to watch all these angles. And already we see a few hits coming through as Cryptics finds a bit of hits up on towards Anas. And now this is this whole play in and around Paradise. And let's hope that RICO Infinity know how to defend this position.
Yeah, and of course, defending is one thing. We need to think about just in general, like in plainer terms, how to use it, right? We don't know where the circle is going to go. If we play so loud right now, does it, induce and really make the enemies want to say, hey, let's go wide, let's flank them, right? Let's go and make sure that we pinch them from the other side. So I actually love what they are trying to do here, like sending more towards that eastern approach, like I mentioned earlier, so that they don't have to come straight south. But that is the thing. That is what Cryptics started. They want to let them know that someone's to the south, don't come straight here. But sometimes having that compound or inside split is not really the best play. And hell, like going into the later game is the type of compounds where you need to only pick maybe 2 out of 3 buildings to hold. And that is where we see a lot of teams fall. And this side right here, like YaLLa coming in from the side. Well, I think this is interesting. Like this is also borderline just disrespectful. Like thinking that RICO have just left the area. They've have won 2 games, double digits almost. I can't call it back to back, but it's like two Sanhok games in a row. Right, last Super Weekend, they get these crazy chicken dinners. So YaLLa's just casually coming in is just, man, let's see whether they can hold this one down.
Ooh. Well, RICO quickly reminding them that, you know, they do not have permission to be there as the spray down comes through. But strangely enough, we actually still see quite a few teams hugging that blue zone. I mean, Lusail, Galaxy Racers, SUDOR, Twisted Minds, all still find themselves in the blue. Now the zone shifting up once again. Just moving a little bit further away from Paradise. Nothing too crazy just yet. But now it is going to be up to YaLLa to try and find that approach. We see Yusuf finding the spray down through. Bandar finds one into MST. Oh, Jigsaw responds with a beautiful play of his own. Down he goes. Now, Real Tiger sit on 2. It is Jigsaw and Zeko. Of course, quickly trying to get the res up into their teammate. And the side of YaLLa actually reduced all the way down to Yusuf.
Man, I don't know. Like, it's fine. You can't constantly run away from fights. We know that you need to fight your way through in certain segments, but you don't go to parts where it's so easily, getting punished, right? But this circle is just so hard, and you can see Galaxy Racer actually took the eastern approach, avoiding Quarry go through a barn, and then they got those vehicles and they just transition into a phase 4-5 center position. That is very textbook of them, and they just found the best time to do it. We talk about having a plan, but the plan needs to be matched with a time, and Galaxy Racer did that well all the way from Sami now taking a center position. But we never know. Like, the surrounding is where people get some of these kills. If they play too loud in the center, relative to the landscape, maybe everyone will be trying to spray them down. So it's about these things. So after all, impressive to find they still got 14 teams in the lobby, but NASR won't be one of them.
Oh, yeah. There we go. SUDOR moving in to strike them down. We see the players there from iKURD Triple also coming under a bit of pressure. We've got still have quite a few teams moving in from that northern reach, but iKURD looking to show a little bit of dominance, a little bit of control. It's a team from ABIAH coming in from that southern approach. Right up ahead of them we can see Ali, Kalaga and Rawan just holding on. Meanwhile, up in towards the east we see Never Alone and Bompa from Falcons looking to hold on as they meet up with the team from Fate. Now both teams down to 3. Oh, the grenades coming out once again. I'm liking this angle from Falcons, but Never Alone needs to be so careful. But he's pushing further in towards the zone, closer to SUDOR, leaving the rest of the team positioned up into the north. So this is going to be quite the pressure situation as Fate look to move in, looking to strike down on to the Falcons. And this is where Bompa now needs to try and find his angles, find those sprays. Oh, him and Never Alone. Oh, now it is only Never Alone. As the players from Fate look to strike, applying pressure down goes Ragnarok. Come on. Never Alone could be maybe clutching this one out. Oh, he's so close. Ali moving in, rather down he goes. Come on. Oh.
So much damage, and that is the issue, right? Like, you try to take these fights, you come to push in one by one, you may not have the time, the clock is on 10. It's about reviving exactly now, move and then heal at the same time, and keep running for your life. And that is also just Galaxy Racer making that type of pacing. That is a tempo that we're talking about. Now, the only team in the center is them, and we talk about how approaching Super Weekends, just get those money already. It's about surviving towards the end, and it's that type of game that they can play. And man, I do enjoy it. Maybe not the highest amount of kills, but I know they can't hold it. Like, from that position, they for sure can still get quite a lot of kills.
Yeah, they definitely have shown the ability to do that. And now, speaking about ability, RICO Infinity showing their ability to put the spray down in, as of course, Real Tiger 9 loses yet another player. Yusuf and Zeko, both players out on the blue, over on towards the west, trying to represent their teams, but with that, YaLLa gets eliminated. Now, iKURD Triple looking to push in from the south, finding themselves alongside ABIAH, as well as the team from SUDOR, so the pressure is on. Meanwhile, KURD squad get eliminated. We have now been reduced down to only 9 remaining teams. Pressure is going to be on. Will we see iKURD triple pulling off a nice play? Oh, we do have M7 up ahead. HUD already getting taken down. Ali looking to continue with the flow. M7 just holding strong. SUDOR just also waiting for the opportunity. Oh, but they've got to be so careful. The nades, the mollies, everything comes in. Down goes Rawan. iKURD triple getting absolutely demolished.
Man, they just need to kill each other, right? Like Galaxy Racer just took that compound and they will wait and wait. Got some kills as well, just forcing teams to keep going towards the sides. Then you guys can fight each other. We will be here taking that $1,000, but we're not there yet. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, they can still spoil this, and that is the tricky thing. And great rotation from Free trying to control northern side, but it will be multiple teams on here, and that is just mad.
Wow, this is looking so great. I mean, SUDOR just stepping it up as well. Oh, but up comes Lord. Finding the spray on through. Down goes iKURD triple. Now we're down to our final 4 teams. It is Galaxy Racer, it is SUDOR, it is RICO Infinity, and ABIAH. But M7 is the last remaining hopeful. Galaxy Racer looking so strong, spread out throughout this entire zone. Can they now look to capitalize on their positioning? We know they are pretty good at holding on. You know, they're pretty aggressive and good with the defensive play, but M7 sneaks up from behind, finds the angle on Lord. Up comes Hamodi, avenging his teammate. And now it is a quick dash for Hamodi to try to get that res back up into Lord. Meanwhile, SK Ton is quickly trying to apply the meds. Does so successfully, but will he be able to secure the position coming into the zone? It is SUDOR, it is RICO Infinity, and it is Galaxy Racer. Pressure is on.
Well, it's about these side angles. It's about making something happen even if you can't get back into the circle. That's exactly what Freak's trying to do. And Lord also lands a very important nade. Man, this is going to be quite insane. And his 1v1 ability. It's about big brain plays. It's about timing. It's about the now blue zone coming in.
Oh, here we go. Lord sends up the nade. Oh, down goes SK Ton. Freak with a beautiful spray. Up comes the rush. On the level. Down he goes. Come on, pressure is on. It is now down to Katan to try and hold on the last remaining player for the side of SUDOR. Galaxy Racer, they want the chicken. They've tasted it so many times. A beautiful nade takes away quite a bit of damage as they rush up. An easy spray down. And Galaxy Racer swoop in to claim yet another winner chicken. Then a 12 kills on board. That is the Galaxy Racer we know.
Well, we say yet another. We've been waiting for a little bit long now, guys. Yes, one more game to go. One more chicken dinner, I would say. They would tie with 9 chicken dinners, which is what they've done last season. I won't be satisfied until they get, a double digit. I mean, they should aim for that anyway, but man, that game, we talk about tempo, we talk about pacing, we talk about vehicles. That was a textbook idea.
Yeah, that was so beautiful to watch. But of course, speaking about beautiful, we need to look at our beautiful match rankings to see the amount of teams, the amount of points the teams were able to bring in. Galaxy Racer just showing up once again. 12 kills on board, 27 total points. Beautiful gameplay. SUDOR coming in second with 18.6 of that, of course, coming in through the kills. And RICO Infinity stepping up with 7 kills, 17 points. But then a little bit further down the board, we've got the players from Fate. Also 7 kills, but only 2 placement points. And putting them right on par alongside Cryptics and iKURD triple for 9 points.
This is actually quite nice to see. Like, the players actually taking the kills and not the blue zone. So they actually try to play a type of tempo that is more proactive. They want to just keep going, right? There's no particular transition into heal strat like this time round. And you know what? That's always something that's good to have, but it's only for a particular drop, maybe I would say for particular zones. And yes, it's knowing your drop. Very, very important. Study the map and all that stuff. Wow, that was pretty unexpected. And I think it all started with maybe NASR not playing so well, since the game earlier. So losing a lot of pressure, the power dynamics on that northern zone is completely reshuffled. And then the middle zone, when it comes to boot camp, people and teams being more respectful of each other means the middle game on that western side is more congested. So that's where you get all your gear like damage. You've lost your vest. You lose your teammates, and then so the teams that took the eastern approach actually got rewarded heavily.
I mean, this was also a pretty good game, actually, an important one for the side of ABIAH. As, they were sitting down in 17th place coming into this match, trailing with quite a few points. But fortunately for them, they had this beautiful 13-pointer of a match. So that could have, done some great things for them. And of course, speaking about great things, we need to look at our MVPs for this match. And now that, of course, is Freak and Hamori for the side of Galaxy Racer, coming in with 5 kills for Freak, 541 damage being dealt, and Hamori coming in with 4, as well as 510 damage. Clever coming in with 4 kills as well, with 598 damage dealt. So some pretty impressive numbers for Sanhok. But of course, speaking about impressive numbers, I like these segues. They just like kind of stack on top of each other.
Yeah.
We're going to jump into our overall rankings to see where the teams find themselves. And of course, on the first page, we see Galaxy Racer, no surprise, holding on. But they have a lovely 8 next to their name, 1 away from being on par with the chicken score they had in the previous season. Of course, Fate and RICO still doing their thing. We see the players there from Twisted Minds actually getting moved down into 5th place, with iKURD advancing up into 4th. Falcons now also just holding on to that 6th place. We've got the players there from KURD Squad still in 7th. Lusail holding on to 8th. So not a lot of changes coming in on this first page. But of course, we turn our focus and attention to the second page to see what the situation is and where the teams currently find themselves. Because if you remember, we have the players from KURD 12 coming into the day, and they are not playing in the Super Weekend. But so far, they've done such a good job in their first 2 Super Weekends that they are still able to be in the running. They are still here holding on to that 9th place. So far, so good for them. Of course, the players from Cryptics moving up into 10th, Real Tiger into 11th, then with the players from NASR as well as SUDOR, also Triple Vibes and YaLLa. Not a lot of changes really coming in there aside from YaLLa and SUDOR swapping places. And Raad just so close to catching up with Triple Vibes, but Triple Vibes just being able to stay that few extra points ahead of them.
And yes, it's the bottom table mentality, knowing like what to not focus on is important if you need the bounce. But it's still tight. Like, it's been tighter than yesterday. So 3-point difference to, I believe it might be 2. We've got 2 points going over to ABIAH, like from previous. Some glitches issues as well. The competitive rulebook did award them some compensation, and that will be actually a tighter point difference. They're probably just 1 point. So that is something that we'll add back on, so everyone would should be informed about that. So wow, this last game, if they can stay tight, I think it will actually give both of these 2 bottom teams a lot of motivation to say we need to be the one who's taking on top. But if one of them happen to first bounce, the other one might just feel the pain that will sustain through the night into tomorrow. But that is just, after all, a theory, right? Like, it's really about the rest of the tables as well. And then mathematically, we need a lot of these bottom teams to soak up a tremendous amount of points, like as if the biggest day ever, for maybe K-Tough to be sent back down. But so I don't think that is going to be possible. But man, like, that game was a very, very good piece of resource for teams to come back and learn from. And we're down to that 1 game, DT.
Yeah, it is going to be that 1 more game to go. So speaking of which, we are going to be jumping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back after a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. It is time for our final match. Myself and Professor Tarzan will be taking you through this last exciting match. And of course, this is the culmination of all the games for the day, right? This is where we look to see what the teams are going to bring in this final dash. And we're looking to set themselves up for the final day, which will be tomorrow. Now, we've been seeing a little bit of back and forth trading here and there. But
Yeah.
the main fight is going to be on that lower end of the leaderboard. It's going to be between Triple Vibes, Ra'ad, and the players from ABIAH, as there's only 9 points separating these three teams. And whoever steps it up in this last match and tomorrow could be two of the teams we could potentially see moving up into the finals.
Yeah. Oh, just to eliminate one team, yeah, that is anticlimactic in a way. You're like, oh, it's not as competitive as we think, but the answer is no, right? Because we do track them through. We do talk about how teams got their points. It's from zero in the finals, right? You can, like, hell, Galaxy Racer can start so bad that they actually don't get the points that they want. Like, then it's going to be a huge F in the chat, right? It's F in the whole region, like put on the world map. Like, that is something that we never expect, but still completely, possible. I mean, before this Sanhok game that we've just watched, it's really hard to say that they are, like, by far the best team. Yeah, okay, yes, they are, but I wouldn't say they have a very safe spot for that title.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one. I mean, yes, we did see a little bit of back and forth, teams having some good plays, other teams having some bad plays. But of course, speaking about that, we have to move in to our sponsors here. That's like just something we've got to do, right? So with upgraded performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2021. I'm saying some weird words here, Tarzan, but hey, you know what? We're getting ready to move into the final match.
We kind of both, and our producer know why we've been having issues speaking, right? Because we've spent too much time having fun in, during that break, and it's not something that we can't say. We're just trying to say things in a different accent, which sometime in our lives we may be able to use that during a cast. Like, it might be just completely appropriate. You never know. I mean, like, we are actually celebrating diversity at the same time. I mean, talking about, us. English is not the main language for a lot of these players. For example, Galaxy Racer, they are actually communicating in game, like in English, for example. It's a lot of these learning processes that is important in the scene. So look, that's pretty smooth, right? Like, transitioning into that type of topic and mindset, very important. A growth mindset and is needed in the scene. And so sometimes we speak to, the audience, like, just for the pro players or that level or their viewers, but how about all those who still have the chance, to come to this level? What are the nutrients or info that they need so that they can be their best self? Like, it's all on the table. It's completely free. It's accessible, right now with this scene. We are still growing. So, but going back to that game, same old stuff that we need to look out for. Early games, tempo, drops coming through. So yeah, very excited to see how this last game is going to go.
Yeah, I have to echo that, and of course, I'm going to be paying close attention to Triple Vibes, Ra'ad, and the players there from ABIAH to step it up. Want to see, because I mean that is essentially what we're going to be focusing on in this match, just to see how these three teams are going to be performing, because we know the teams up ahead of them, they are so far ahead of these three teams that it's not really a contest to see, who else will be securing a spot. It's between these three teams. Only two of them will be moving on. That is kind of just what the situation is, right? And we were talking about this in the break a little bit as well, is there could still be a potential for the teams sitting from 10th to 14th to potentially move up above the players there from KURD 12. That is definitely a possibility. But as we progress through the matches, we'll find out more and more just what exactly will be happening. But of course, for now, we are going to be getting ready to move into our final match of the day on the ever lovely Erangel. I'm curious to see what that flight path and zone is going to be bringing in, what the teams are going to be doing with that, and you know, who's going to be the team to step up? Because that is always the exciting part of this final match, right? The teams have had so much preparation in the previous 4 matches to apply all of that coming into this final match. And well, here we are.
Whew. Man, like this is once again tricky. Tricky in the sense that it's highly similar to what we've got in the first 2 Erangel games. Slightly different with a little bit more angled down towards the southwestern side, but it's still, it's just a small tilt, right? It's still making Southern Island very hard to reach. And this time with this type of twist, means that Ra'ad need to think a little bit further. Okay, it's too far from South Island, so what are we expecting? Maybe SUDOR in the Povka. We saw the side of vibes around prison pretty early on. We know this is slightly better for Fate if they want to come into Milta, but we don't see them coming in, so ABIAH setting that prison line for sure. So Ra'ad, where are we going for? Do we go through between all these teams so we just go back to Milta power? So that is still a question mark. They are still very reliant on that, and I can't disagree with that, DK, to be fair. It's just they need to read the situation and make sure they can find a safe way after all.
Well, I can tell you the Falcons are definitely going to be quite satisfied with this flight path as they can drop into their usual spot. Same there, of course, for RICO Infinity, but we said the south is inaccessible. Well, it wasn't from the flight path, Tarzan. But now with the zone, that's where all the focus is going to be. It's going to be on those 2 bridges. It's going to be on that waterway separating the Sosnovka Island from the main island. And this is going to be some pretty intense PUBG action to come from this.
This is actually very interesting to talk about. I think Galaxy Racer would just go to Military Base Island as soon as possible. They don't want to hang around. They were pretty quick last time. You can see this time they're so quick that they don't even touch Pachinki. Right, so that will be them going into Military Base quickly. I don't think they will even go there. I think they'll loot along that western main road and then come back to Western Bridge Control as soon as possible. Fate Esports was another team that could go to the Southern Island very quickly, but for those 2 games that they did that and got rewarded, they started in Milta. They're now around Hospital. I think they will still try to go for that. The 3rd team that tried to go early, they're actually slightly later than Galaxy Racer last time just because they dropped more center, is Cryptics. And both teams are actually just on the go now. They know there's no time to waste. And this is actually lovely to see. They need to be there soon enough that they didn't get caught by the teams behind, but late enough so that they didn't crash with Galaxy Racer like straight away. Like also later, how should I say, early enough so that they don't get reverse bridge count by teams already there. So very interesting game to talk about tempo. I still think many teams will just loot and then see how it's going to turn out, and I do prefer the proactive style.
Yeah, a lot of teams just racing for those bridges. Like it's a race to the finish, trying to see who can get there first. I mean, the players from Cryptics, they even went so far as to not even really worry about much other loot. First thing they did was grab vehicles and off they go. You know, they saw that zone popping up, and now they want to look to establish themselves in that region. But of course, yeah, it's going to be a pretty hairy fight once all these teams start trickling up into Wood Zone. Destiny, we can see there from Twisted Minds, also just trying to find a good way to kind of get out of this position. Both the SUDOR rather and Twisted Minds moving up onto this bridge, but we also actually see the players there from the Falcons. I mean, they dropped in Yasnaya. They're already at the bridge, and off they go, blasting right on through.
Exactly what we want to see from these teams, right? Like that is the adjustment coming through. Is actually lovely to see, but still, when you share the same idea, it's about who can do it better and who's still got the flexibility around it. SUDOR knows how to stop in between, and that is good to know. Like these other teams aren't just full sending it.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful spray coming in from 3OBD, but now he gets spotted out. Dammy coming in with that M16. Oh, weapon I don't like all that much. Don't like burst mode. But now, it's so great to see, you know, these players utilizing it. Much rather them than me. Because
True.
I suck with the M16. But damn me, I mean, we've seen some fantastic plays come through. But now it's just a matter of where those shots will be landing, as Kaito is now looking to defend. Clever right here alongside him. Oh, come on. Clever with a bit of free fire. Let's see if we can find that angle. Up comes the nade. Oh, that was so nice. Twisted Minds just making this whole engagement so easy for themselves. That grenade taking a big chunk of health off of Clever. And then a quick and easy confirm coming through there at the side of Kaito. Destiny, of course, finding the finishing blow. But now 3 OBD. Oh, spots Vault. Oh, I think we're going to be seeing quite a bit of that. Even the players there from KURD squad, they dropped all the way over towards Stolberg. That is way up north. And we see them right here as well, trying to get up onto that military island.
This past week, DK, they have been stretched, they have been trained, they've seen this type of circle like this 4th or 5th time, and they've all learned something. Like, that is lovely to see, and these type of changes are actually very hard to make, and it's also having the guts to go for it, and then saying that if it doesn't go well, it's not entirely our fault, but we will review what can be done differently. Twisted Minds, to be fair, they're a little bit late to the party. Like, as a farm team, I would expect them to go even quicker. And knowing that SUDOR probably won't go for that early, then just take away Novo, right? Like, there's very good splits that you can make it towards Novo and military base that you can still keep info along the coastline. And right here, Vault buying time for his team. That is exactly what they have to do, but very textbook coming through a long coastline. This can turn into a bit of a stalemate. I am looking out for any potential third party from that western side. No one's quite there yet, but SUDOR can still mess it up through OBD. Probably not quite strong enough by his lonesome, but this is still going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, it is going to be quite interesting to watch. And I mean, I was actually quite surprised to not see Twisted being the first team on that bridge. But now, as we move on to our Sosnovka Island, we can see the players here from Galaxy Racer and Real Tiger 9. Real Tiger, of course, dropping over into Primorsk, also being quite proactive with those rotations. And it's quite pleasing to see so many teams actually just getting those rotations dealt with so early on. But up comes Freak now from Galaxy Racer. Real Tiger looking to hold on to the compound because Ikapayaksi holding up top. Good position to be in, but for the time being, he can't spot too much just yet. Freak, of course, breaching, coming into the building with his Rozok hat. Here we go. Hamadi off in the distance. Kapayaksi and Ramp holding on towards this northern angle. Oh, here we go. The sprays come through. Wow. Wow.
It's the patience. That is the problem. Rauf just got punished by doing that. And the macro is there. They don't want to come into Southern Island early. Then they go and loot. Then come close to the coastline to really grab these teams who don't dare to go onto the bridge. But little do they know, RT9 is ready in here. The Primos team will just find that line, but that will be the setup. Ramp has been waiting forever from there. That is actually the pressure onto Galaxy Racer. It's about who's going to make this better.
Wow. Real Tiger just stepping it up. Just using the strategies, the aggression. Up they come rushing in. Was a beautiful trade off both sides, but Galaxy Racer already having 2 players down. Oh, come on. Here goes the pressure. Oh, Lord finds a spray, but he is now the last remaining hopeful for his team. Who's gonna get it? Wow, Real Tiger just stepping this one up so beautifully. Rauf, Freak, Hamodi, all trying to move in for those reses. Ramp, now just testing the staircase. Checking all the angles. Come on. So close. Oh, there we go.
What?
Nice. Oh.
Okay. No. That can't be happening. Okay, we'll break that down just soon in a bit. the revive time window was not grasped right, and then they were stuck in between, and they gave enough time for the revive, and that is it. It could be a full revive for Galaxy Racer. It was what started very well by Real Tiger 9 that it eventually choked. They did not manage the time. They didn't have that clock in their head, and that is the turn.
Oh, come on. Up comes Jigsaw. Up comes Jigsaw. Yes, there we go. Down goes Freak. Oh, it is up to Jigsaw and his teammate to try and bring it in. What? Down goes Amodi. No, what? Come on, Lord. He's the last one left. Looking to push in. Real Tiger. What?
The long-range third party as well. What is going on?
That,
I can't
that
even
was
say.
Cryptics.
Exactly, it's a third party. It's all these teams who want to control coastal line. Little do they know everyone was on good pace. Many teams have already been in here on the beautiful nade, the long range to grab the reset timing in the most predictable spot to get the revive. Cryptics came in strong.
Thousand, my brain is hurting. What just happened?
Well, it's good PUBG. I can tell you that. It's actually brilliant. They all have stepped up. They all stepped up. It's all started with Galaxy Racer being very confident in their macro plan, thinking that they are so much quicker than the rest of the team, and they went into a compound for the intention of, fishing those fishies without scouting. It all started from there, then it's just a cascade of events. To be fair, when we go back to certain glimpse of moments when we had the mini-map, when they try to approach that compound, we've already got at least 5-6 teams around military base. That is how the scene grown together through the past week.
Wow, no, like, this is so much information to process, right? My brain is legit hurting. That was insane. Because, like, Tiger, the Real Tiger 9 took out Galaxy Racer, right?
Yeah.
And well, they didn't actually. They took out 3 of them, and then, of course, Cryptics stole the kill and got the squad wipe, right? And then they came rushing in to close out the players there from Real Tiger 9. It was insane. It was almost like that leapfrog play we saw coming in the other day. And up comes YaLLa as well, now also flying in. I mean, Lusail, they remind me of like squirrels. When they see a falcon flying, they, just get back down. Or like meerkats. They just hide in their holes. And then like what Lusail was doing is like, oh, glider, water, now. Boom. Off they go. But this southern shift, wow, that was so aggressively to the south. But now it centers up towards the military base itself, and this is going to be a pretty crazy fight.
Wow, that is new, right? Like Lusail doing something what seems to be 50% of the teams would do, like in the past, right? Going for the rotation or whatnot. Do you know how they got spotted out? By the side of YaLLa on the glider. And because they've got the boat was smoking, so every one of them jump out of the boat at the same time when YaLLa's got someone sitting in the plane looking down. Like, I love this PMPL, guys. Wide rotations, following a rotation route with a bloody plane. That was such a delight. Right, we've got everything now, guys. We can die happily. But you know what? Let's see whether they can wrap this one up, because we've got nice things left, right, and center.
Well, yeah, this is turning out to be quite the entertaining match to watch. Of course, Bandar coming in, finding that beautiful spray down. I mean, that was just phenomenal utilization of the vehicles they had at their disposal. Of course, Bandar, being a little bit of a daredevil, comes flying off the side of the cliff. Powerful, meanwhile, will get rest right on up. And this has been just such beautiful PUBG. It's mind-blowingly amazing. And, oh, wow, down goes SUDOR as well. Lusail just caught in a very tough spot. It is up to Salam and Carry Boy now to bring it on through. And I'm expecting to see quite a bit more carnage breaking out, especially in towards the military base.
This is actually so nice to watch. I'll tell you why. YaLLa Esports took the water route with a plane. So that means they can avoid sight lines, but they get to keep the, not even vehicle, it's just like the means of transportation at this point. But they also just have that task delegation still. Yes, I know they've been having a rough day. No, hell, 2 days, including yesterday. But they came in with that. They kept enough people watching the shoreline, but they also remembered to grab cars along the southern side so they get to continue to rotate. But Ra'ad was one of the teams that did not join these teams when it comes to an improved or sped up tempo. They still play those slow game. They still are relying on the zone to be on their side when there's no way to be on their side if you're slow. And now they are suffering.
Yeah, I mean, Desha also suffering to the blue. ABIAH beautifully set up with a bit of a gatekeep here, but they gotta be mindful of that blue zone. You don't want to slip just yet. Ra'ad holding up, trying to get all their players back into fighting form, but meanwhile we will see the players there from Twisted Minds, as well as the KURD squad rotating into zone, but the zone shifts over towards that western edge. Now this is going to be absolutely crazy. YaLLa already positioned within the zone. We see the players there from Cryptics also just positioned up ahead. Vibe trying to make a bit of a stand. Oh, Fate right there. We've got Falcons. We've got the players from iKURD Triple. We've got RICO Infinity. All of them holding into the military base. This is going to be an absolute bloodfest, Tarzan.
Wow. All that into a melee base finish. We are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be quite, like, just absolute carnage, right? Like, just craziness everywhere. We talk about circles. We talk about how it's really far from the playing path. We talk about these teams actually making great tempo, great macro play. We talk about wide and late rotators coming in with the smart means as well. So this has been, such a treat. But after all, we're back to basics. So basic that this is where a lot of the pro players are made, is these hot drop positions where everyone should be kind of on par with map knowledge. But of course, we always have those who have drilled in just an inch or two deeper so that they just know those extra stuff.
Yeah, but I'm actually quite curious to see where the players from Fate are going to be going. We did see them rotating up from the north, just looking to wrap around, and they now move all the way over towards that far western side, coming in behind the players there from RICO Infinity. Now, I mean, looking at iKURD, they've got such good coverage of that whole region. Positioned just outside of the buildings, utilizing a lot of hard cover. But now, we can't say the same for Fate and RICO Infinity, as Fate actually look to clean it up, sneaking in behind RICO and just having this whole situation work in their favor. But of course, there's only a few more players to focus on as Fate now comes strolling in, moving into the bowl. And I think this bowl is actually quite the strong position to be holding.
Yep. Oh, very strong. Like, Erangel 2.0 makes this possible. It's not just that, it gives you a spot to shot stop before needing to go into one of the strongest planes, which is around, if we just count from left to right, it's like 30, a third through your journey from left to right, if that makes sense, west to east. That's where you can find one of the best planes ever. So it's good for RICO Infinity to not stick around too long. Yes, you've lost one or two, just move on, right? So they went into the planes area, can be very, very good for them into that late game, and you can see it's ever changing on the outside. ABIAH yet to find a spot, and that is the time for KURD squad to go. They heard the gunshots, they think they have a different focus, but you know what? Quick adjustment coming from ABIAH. They also know that it's time to go.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to reposition into a slightly stronger hold. But now, Kaito finds himself a little bit exposed. But this is what makes it so interesting. Oh, Fidan goes down. Fate! Oh, just showing sheer dominance coming in from this western side. But as we look up into the middle base itself, Falcons still playing the buildings. And we know Falcons is a team that's really good at playing buildings, right? And that's why we see them kind of looking to hug it a little while longer. But now as the zone has shifted up, they need to venture across the open field. And this is where NASR, Twisted Minds, and the players coming in from the side there of... I think there was another team with them. I just forgot the name. I blanked out.
Oh,
either way,
there's many teams.
Oh, there we go. The Cryptics.
There we go.
Everyone alongside that road, having such a strong position.
key. Like, this is a plane finish. We go from melee base into the planes, and this is where a lot of those crazy stuff happen. Satellite, where Del Harp is just tricky. Falcons can take that spot away. We still got the south side. To be fair, the main road to separate is actually quite interesting. If you can find a spot on the south side, you are actually in for a very decent game. But that is a point to clear. Satellite is now claimed by the Falcons. They are ready to fly all the way to the space if you really need, and that is the spot to at least stay safe for now.
Well, this is some brutal shots coming through. iKURD up ahead. Ragnarok coming through with the DP28. Kalaga now looking to move in. There we go. But Lath is looking to hold strong. Will he get the shots in? Jump shots galore. Oh, drop shot. Brings it in, but down he goes. Third party coming in from iKURD. Rawan. What? This is so crazy. Of course, Ragnarok being able to hold on. Whoa.
Hey, someone get onto that glider at some juice. I think it could happen. Like, baiting with a glider that doesn't fly, right? Like, it's like using it as a vehicle. It can happen. Like, we've seen many things today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see even more. And it's about preserving these vehicles as well and finding the best spot around these planes. So this is once again a completely different type of architecture leading to a completely different type of gameplay.
Ooh, triple vibes. So close. Falcons just up ahead with that. Last goes down. Oh, Miramar tries to make... Oh, what? One shot also getting taken out mid-air. What is going on? Toxin now trying to hold on alongside the rest of his teammates there. But this is... Like, I know we said this is going to be interesting PUBG, but this is just next level insanity. This is insane.
Well, with this bit of rock surrounding as well, with the smokes coming out, I thought it's a hot spring. It's hot top stream, like we're watching right now. It's just completely different, right? But it's amazing for these teams to know that it's something that they are going for. They know how it looks like before they get there. Now, otherwise, it's very hard to play off these positions. Okay, right. This is the situation now. A lot of these northern teams would go close to the fence. So they need these cars to bump in from the north to south approach, like very vertically on that mini map, so that they can block each other off. They can coexist, but I think only two teams can survive on that northern side, maybe with the snake slowly crawling into the plain area. And these two teams on the south should take out each other. And it's been great. Like, it's the macros that's coming through that allows them to enter this late game. Like this. Whatever team gets this chicken dinner is worth a huge credit. Like, this is actually a very tough game to play.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why I just love PUBG. This is why I love my job, Tarzan. This is amazing. To see the teams play like this, it is so heartwarming. But oh, there we go. There we go. Beautiful shots coming in from Ragnarok as he stops the players dead in their tracks. iKURD triple will not be moving further in this particular match. But NASR still just holding on to this concrete barrier. This is such a strong position to be in, especially taking into consideration what the zone is currently looking like. Fate moving up along the plains. Oh, Cryptics right there alongside them. Pop goes the vehicle. But no, that's a nice bit of hard cover for them.
Well, they found those spots, right? Plane's still OP, and it's about this Nick zone. Man, it's using your utilities smartly. I think all teams need to kind of just respect each other. Like, right now, of course, they can pull the trigger, be very surprising, but they need to know there is a shift coming on very, very soon. But Cryptics say, you know what? We don't want to share this northern side with you. So they made the rotation, just pulling close, and here comes the crash.
Oh, Al Chapo quick to react. Down goes Marshall, though. But now, Cryptics looking to apply the pressure. Lazyboy comes up with a bit of a exposed play there. Finds their head up on towards Ragnarok. The grenade's getting sent in. Oh, Lazyboy. Oh, come on. It's up to Senke. Will he be able to hold it together? The pressure is on. I mean, that is the risk of rushing into a team. And with that, of course, the Cryptics get eliminated. But YaLLa was the teams who find those last few blows into their side.
Man, That was the fight to is 50-50, right? Like if you didn't take them out, you clash with them later on. But to take that fight means there's a third party coming through long range, and now this is the time for that shift, and that is a great win from Kato.
Oh, YaLLa now just getting picked right on up. But powerful, managing to hold on. Oh, up comes the hits. Miracle quickly looking to reposition. Oh, I like this approach coming in from NASR, just holding on to the edge of this wall, utilizing this ditch, working it to their advantage. But now YaLLa prepping themselves for the push, for the dash back into zone. But this is such a difficult position for them as the players here from Twisted Minds. They know exactly where they are. Oh, up goes the bounce. Oh, beautiful bounce. Look at YaLLa. It looks like it's some celebration of sorts as they get ready to send all those utilities in to try and cover that approach back up into zone. But meanwhile, Power will get picked right on up. Ida with quick reactions off the edge. Up comes Yusuf and Banda rashing up into zone. Putting up right alongside NASR. There we go. Down goes Yusuf. Down goes Bandar. What?
Mad, absolutely mad. But look at these teams trying to spread out, knowing what to control, but whichever side they decide to look at, there is a perpendicular threat coming in at the right angle, to say the least. You can see YaLLa trying to look at Twisted Minds, fine. NASR takes you down, and vice versa. As all these teams just down to basically, no, it's a 3v2, v2v1, right? And that will be Twisted Minds out. And Fate holds strong. They got the circle. They can actually apply pressure, but as a duo, it's not easy. And YaLLa refused to give up.
Oh, now it's up to Ida. Oh, down goes Ida. Now it is NASR and Fate left to fight it out. NASR on 9, Fate on 7. Miracle trying to get the res through there with Patika. But Nabo holding up alongside the wall, sends out the nade. Oh, is it going to find the spot? Oh, so close. Up comes Nabo, gets the first knock into Ragnarok. It is now up to himself. Down they go. NASR claim yet another winner with a chicken dinner. 11 kills on board. Insane. Wow.
That was a treat. That was nuts. Absolutely nuts that game was. And it's actually so amazing to see how these teams still survive towards that type of circle and still got the utilities towards the end. So it involves good rationing of that fighting, when like picking fights at the right time and space so that you can replenish your utilities. But to be fair, like I think that was NASR, no, not NASR, it was Fate saying that we've got nothing left, let's just fight for it. And we just made one smoke shot to make that work. But wow, that game was non-stop, DK.
That was insane. One of the best PUBG games I've seen to date. And of course, now speaking of best, let's jump into our match ranking to see where the teams ended up, who brought in the most points. And of course, look at these kill numbers looking absolutely insane. But NASR finding yet another winner chicken dinner, putting them up to a grand total of 5 chickens. Of course, bringing in 11 kills and 26 total points. Fate and YaLLa bringing in 7 kills apiece, but sitting on 19 and 17 points respectively. Cryptics coming in with 10 kills in 4th place, putting them on a very comfortable 16. Twisted Minds holding strong with 5 kills on board, 13 points in total. Then, of course, the players there from Triple Vibes securing themselves 7 kills, 2 placement points, which puts them on a grand total of 9 points for this match. But also, the players there from ABIAH stepped it up. They brought in 4 kills, got the 1 placement, but hey, 5 points is 5 points. And then as we move on to the second page, this is where things are looking a little bit more dire. But of course, we see the side of Lusail and SUDOR unfortunately getting sent back into the lobby completely empty-handed.
To be fair, they've been fighting on some very important landscapes, though. They're fighting on certain parts of the map that showed that they were proactive. It's about the execution. It's about going for it whilst thinking about what it could mean for the enemy. It's the deeper, one level deeper of preparation. And you can see Galaxy Racer just didn't even touch Pachinki. Just go straight off. And then even though they made those quick rotations, it was because multiple teams shared similar ideas that allowed this crazy type of from start to finish fight of game happen. Like, to be fair, this is where we can say, although it was just chaos everywhere, it was messy, but it was absolutely glorious. This is why
Yes.
this region's been strong. Is because of games like this. When would you think, like, when's the last time that I've seen this type of circle with teams actually going for this? It's like you can only say, okay, 3-4 teams may try this type of stuff. Last time might be PMGC or whatnot. Like, I can't really say. So wow, it was very, very nice to see. Like, it's also what it means to learn through the games, and that is why it's also not just losing a chance to win like chicken dinners in Super Weekend for K12. It's this type of practice. It molds you in the right way.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of molding happening here today, but speaking about molding, we need to see who's molded themselves into the MVPs for this match, as I think it's going to be pretty close. Yes, look at this spread. Such beautiful numbers coming in. We've got Twisted Minds, we've got NASR, we've got other players coming in there from Fate as well. Of course, we've got Kaito sitting on 2 kills, but 816 damage dealt. Nabo coming in with 6 and 471 points, as well as then Ragnarok coming in with 2 kills and 729 damage dealt, right? So we know these are not the craziest amount of kills being brought in, but Tarzan, this was one of the most dynamic matches I've seen to date. This was so beautiful to watch. I mean, the teams just stepping up, playing a whole different level of PUBG. Like, if you told me at the beginning of the Super Weekend that this is the match that we're gonna get, I would be like, maybe, right? But now, wow, this was just next level performance. And of course, speaking about next level performance, it is time to have a gander at our overall rankings to see where the teams find themselves. And of course, coming in, we see the players from Galaxy Racers still sitting up in the top. Fate and RICO still doing their thing, swapping places once again. Twisted Minds now actually jumping up into fourth place, rather, up ahead of the players there from iKURD. So they swap places. Falcons holding strong in 6th, KURD still in 7th, and of course the players from Lusail sitting strong up in towards 8th place. But now, actually, Galaxy Racers sitting on 500 points. They've crossed up into half century.
Yes, almost there. I mean, 43 points, I believe, to tie with what they had last season. One more chicken dinner as well. So, yes, this team has to represent. Like, it's all about us seeing how they can be continuously molded by their fellow teams in this region. Has been blooming right now, and I love seeing what's going on.
Wow. But of course, as we look onto the second page now, we see the players from Cryptics sitting up in that 9th spot. They've been able to catch up and surpass the team there from KURD 12. NASR also bringing in quite a big jump there, moving from 12th place all the way up into 10th, ahead of the players from KURD 12. Real Tiger right there, hard on their heels, of course, tied with them currently. You see YaLLa holding on to that 13th spot, so they've moved up from 14th. The players from SUDOR swapping places with them. Triple Vibes holding strong, increasing the point difference. But we do see, of course, the players there from ABIAH now jumping up, sitting on 145 points, ahead actually of the players there from Ra'ad. So only a 3-point difference, and I'm liking this challenging play coming through from Triple Vibes, Ra'ad, and ABIAH.
This is great. I'm going to quickly look at the charts and see where they were yesterday. To be fair, both teams got around, Ra'ad got 40-something points. So that is not bad at all. Like, it's significantly better compared to before. We're averaging around like 7-8 points. Yes, there were still issues. That was very, very clear. But they just adds a lot of tension to this part of the chart. And to be fair, Triple Vibes is actually still in that mix. So it's the battle between those 3 teams. If they all rise and soar like Falcons yesterday, like how Falcons did in week 2, we should say, then we've got more teams getting dragged into the mix.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. But I mean, I gotta say though, Dawson, this has been such a fantastic day. I mean, we saw rather some insane PUBG being played. This last match being one of those insane. But we got to say also, we had a crazy plays actually across all our Erangel matches here today, right? That was just like next level stuff happening, and it's going to be so exciting to see, of course, what that final day will have in store for us.
Yes, wow. Like, I guess I found the joy in watching 3 Erangel games a day. It's the versatility, right? The first 2 games to be basically the same, like same playing path. So same drops, but we'll give you complete 2 different circles. We'll then in the third game adjust the playing path a little bit, but we'll give you the craziest, nuttiest circle ever. So, well, that is a great one. Like, I can sleep happily tonight. Like, after that, and we've got one more game to go. One more day, I should say. 5 more games, DK. Then we get to see which team we get to send home. But don't forget, after all, like, it's 5,000, so 5 times 1,000 US dollars still for these teams to win in tomorrow's 5 games, and that will always be the perks of this region. And yes, we continue to look forward to seeing them grow.
Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to see what growth these teams will bring. But of course, on that, we are going to be saying a good night for today. It has been an absolute pleasure casting these few games today. It's been an absolute blast. And of course, big shout out going to everyone that tunes in to watch. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. Big thank you going out to the teams. You guys are absolute beasts. You are monsters. You play beautiful PUBG, and can't wait to see what tomorrow has in stores. Of course, a big thank you also going out to the whole production team, really on point, finding the action and taking us right up in it to that. But of course, thank you to you as well, Tarzan. It's been a blast as always, and I think tomorrow is going to be quite an exciting day. So that is going to be the last call here for us. Have a fantastic time, guys, and see you all back again tomorrow, same time, same place, and some crazy PUBG action to follow.
Come on, Mr. D.
Like this.